Your death awaits in the Fane of the Night Serpent. Welcome, everyone. We're nearing the end of Tomb of Annihilation. It's going to be a fun crawl towards the end, towards the mega dungeon where you probably will all die.
That's one word to describe it, I suppose.
Fun for you at least.
So last week you obtained the fourth of the 9 puzzle cubes required to get into the Tomb of the 9 Gods. Unfortunately, you lost Bulb to the ghosts that haunted Unk's shrine, and it turns out the Red Wizards weren't doing much better either, because when you finally caught up with the Red Wizards at the next shrine, you discovered that although they had managed to find the remaining 5 cubes on their side, they had been ambushed by some of Ras Nsi's yuan-ti and undead, who destroyed them and took the puzzle cubes, leaving an ominous warning that Ras Nsi has deemed you worthy of an audience.
Yay!
Oh, they shouldn't have.
And so, it looks like in order to get the rest of the cubes, you'll have to find some way to either forge an alliance with Ras Nsi, or else convince him to hand them over, whether through force or through force of will. You've all had a short rest at the end of the last session. Kitty, Ava is in full health. She's got all her spell slots. And it's as you're finishing up your your short rest in the shadow of Obalaka's shrine, as the mangled, charred corpses of the Red Wizards lie around you, Rourke the Grung gives a heavy sigh, and he looks at you all, shakes his head, and he says, "Oh, good thing it is that I found you when I did." He says, "You are already down, Bulb, and now this happens. Very bad indeed." You notice his walking stick, cum staff, shakes in his hands, trembles as he surveys the chaos around you. And then he says, Not to worry, brought another friend. I have a friend who may be able to help you in this dire time." He waits until you've finished catching your breath and dealing with your wounds, and then he climbs up onto his feet, and with surprising dexterity, starts to maneuver with his walking stick across the weed-choked cobblestone streets as the sky above looms red as the sun begins to set. He says, "Follow me, you will. I will take you to hideout, and there will be a friend there."
Friend, you say?
He nods and beckons for you to walk along with him. And so you follow him through the dead city of Omu. Now that the Red Wizards are gone, the city seems a lot more lifeless. You no longer have the feeling that there are yuan-ti unseen watching your every move. They already have what they want from you. Eventually, Rourke leads you to what would have once been a grand mercantile hall on one of Omu's main streets, across the road from the greenhouse that you found the 2 sentient vines in, but now is little more than a hollowed out dust and vermin-choked husk. A once grand marble stone building, now tinged almost brown from dust and dirt and grime. Rourke shuffles up the steps to a large, reinforced door with rusted steel edgings, and loudly raps on it with the tip of his staff. As he waits for an answer, he turns around and looks at you and says, "When you left Dungrunglung, knew I had to help you, I must." He says, "Through my own divinations, traced the source of the death curse to this forbidden city myself, I did. Came here to wait for your arrival. Thought I would try to assist how I could. Met like-minded people along the way." He says, he then bows his head and he says, "When I saw that Bulb had fallen, thought it was time to quit hiding and intervene." At this point, you hear a latch being drawn on the other side of the door, and then with a loud, rusty creak, the thick door opens, and on the other side, you see his eyes narrowed as he looks at each of you in turn, sizing you up. What appears to be a kobold, although his body is tinged with emerald-coloured scales. Remy, you may introduce your backup character.
Standing in the doorway, you see a rather tall kobold with emerald green scales, who has a scar on his, on his right shoulder. On his back, there is a stone shield and a warhammer, of which you can see the pommel with a red ruby on it. And he's wearing slightly bulky gloves. And he goes, "Ah, hello! You must be Bob's friends."
Rourke nods, and he says, "Onyx, his name is. Friend of the Flameheart Kobolds, and friend of Bulb's. Missed his chance to get on the ship, he did, and so thought he would join Bulb in his quest. Will be even more eager to join now that he knows Bulb has fallen." He narrows his eyes and bows his head once again.
"That's a world of magic. We'll bring him back somehow."
Rourke then raps the side of the doorway with his staff and jabs Onyx Flamehard in the torso with it, and he says, "Well, what are you waiting for? Let them in! Let them in!"
I step back and usher them in.
Everyone, you enter
Bullet doesn't
the...
actually.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
Go ahead, go
Bullet
ahead.
Isn't actually following. Bullet is currently looking the other way, crouched down, looking like she has the biggest headache in her life, and is just rocking back and forth at the moment, muttering to herself.
So as you all shuffle in through the doorway, you notice Bobbit is not with you. You turn around and you see her crouched in the middle of the cobblestone street, wrapping her arms around her torso and just shaking and rocking back and forth, very clearly still distraught from Bulb's passing. Does anyone say anything to Bobbit, or will you simply move into the hideout? It is quite a dire situation, so I'm sure Bobbit will understand if nobody's really watching what she's doing.
Zinhorn goes back out and puts an arm out and says, "We're in this together.
Oh.
We will..."
So as you get close to Bob, so Bobbit doesn't immediately respond. She's actually like talking very rapidly, like to herself. Like all you can hear as you get closer is just, "Yes, I know you're upset, but yelling at me doesn't help. You need to just calm down for a moment. No, I get it. Look, I don't know what's going on either. Just stop talking, Bobbit."
Yeah, Ava just comes over and pats
gonna say, the
Bobbit on
second
the back.
someone touches her, Bobbit. Look, the second Ava makes contact with Bobbit, Bobbit just shoots straight up, and as she does, the hat that's been basically affixed to her head since anyone's actually met her just falls straight off, and Bobbit is just staring at the rest of the group, just like wide-eyed, looking around, going, wait, what? Just looking very confused.
Wait, what?
At just everything at the moment.
Yeah, Bobbit's hat fell off. This is probably the
Bobbit's
first time you've actually seen her face properly. If she wasn't wearing her mask, but you notice that Bobbit seems to have long,
she's not wearing
flowing
a mask
blonde...
anymore. She has.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you can see her deformed face half withered under the influence of Ras Nsi. But for the first time, perhaps since you've known Bobbit, you see her long, flowing blonde hair finally let loose. It comes down past her shoulders. As her oversized hat just lies discarded on the cobblestone.
Bobbit just sort of starts looking at herself, going, okay, focus, okay, hands, okay, yes, all working, yes, moving, fingers are good, face, nope, still half messed up, we need to work on that later. Looks at the rest of the group, goes, sorry, how much of that did you actually hear?
How much do you want us to have heard?
I mean, all of it, none of it doesn't really matter. This is rather awkward. I suppose you wanted to speak to Bobbit, yes?
Is Bobbit okay?
This is rather awkward. How to put this? Bobbit's not actually here right now, so to speak.
Bobbit's not home.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobbit's no, so just straightens up and goes, you are currently speaking to Alessander Ragburton, the actual Alessander Ragburton. I don't really know how to explain this, I'm still working this out. Maybe we go inside while I try to think on how this happened. And just sort of without waiting for the others, just sort of walk straight into the building.
Do you pick your hat up, or you just leave it?
I signalled to Argus to just pick up the hat.
Argus nods. He says, "Oh, it's a mighty fine hat, isn't it?" And he just reaches out his fine
Where's my baby?
snakes along the brim of the hat and lifts it up, depositing it in Zinhorn's backpack.
And follows inside.
Yes, and Ava, concerned, follows along behind, just shaking her head, wondering what's wrong with her baby. When you join the others inside, you see that Rourke is hunched over, rustling through what appears to be a wooden crate, while Onyx Flameheart sits at a wooden table in the middle of the old mercantile hall that's barely holding together. You hear the rustling of glass bottles, and then suddenly Rourke turns around and he says, "Had something prepared for when I found you. I didn't think this will help a lot. I think." And he shuffles towards the table, holding some sort of bundle covered in cloth in his arms, and he places it down on the table. You hear yet more rattling of glass bottles, and then he reaches for a piece of twine holding the bundle together and pulls it, and the cloth falls down, and inside the bundle are 5 bottles of Potion of Greater Healing and 10 Potions of Healing.
Oh.
15 bottles altogether.
Someone's been stockpiling.
5 greater.
Oh, yay, foreshadowing.
Yes, 5
Yeah.
Potions of Greater Healing, 10 Potions of Healing. And Rourke taps one of the bottles at the tip of his staff, and he says, "Had the whole village of Dungrunglung working overtime I did, collecting ingredients in the forest. blessing all of the bottles. Figured you might need them, especially now that you have to enter Ras Nsi's palace, he says, his voice trailing off.
Pardon, sorry, I missed that. I had a phone call.
Yep. So yes.
I heard the potions. I
yeah.
didn't hear the last,
He's just
minute.
said he had the whole village of Dungrunglung working overtime to brew these, and figured you might need them, especially now that you need to enter Ras Nsi's palace.
Yeah, cool.
I was going to say, has Boba, as she's called herself, Alessandra, walked in the room by this point, I guess?
Yeah, you've walked in.
Yeah, so say, doesn't respond to that, but you see her audibly flinch when Ras Nsi's name is called out.
Of course.
Just so he continues muttering to herself.
After counting all of the potions again himself, he sits down and he gestures towards Onyx and says, "We'll leave it up to you to make a plan, I think. Once you have left, head back to Dungrunglung, I will. Not used to freedom, the rest of the Grung need my guidance, they probably do."
Just imagine half of them just standing around at the moment going, so what do we do now?
Yeah.
Do?
Exactly, what do you do now? So
the whole village of, I don't know, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so you do know that according to the note you found on the Red Wizard, that Ras Nsi's palace is situated in a place called the Fane of the Night Serpent, which is, for want of a better word, a dungeon of sorts underneath the old royal palace of Omu. You know where the royal palace is, so you could go there and enter. However, according to the notes you found, a group of red wizards were also attempting to search for what they believed to be a secret entrance into the Fane that would probably allow them to enter unnoticed rather than simply walking in through the royal palace. There are also many of other questions you have to answer, such as, is it a good idea to make your assault on the palace, as it were, now, or wait until tomorrow morning, keeping in mind that for every long rest you take, Sir Lucian's HP will get lower and lower. And as I say this, you look over at Sir Lucian, who's taken a seat at the table next to Onyx, and in the dim light of the mercantile hall, he's looking particularly under the weather, his skin having taken on a very sickly, greyish, purplish hue.
While you look at him, you see that Onyx is just sitting next to him, just chatting his ear off like, "Oh, so I heard you must be Sir Lucian. You were the one that tanked the hits from the dragon all the time. Well, you don't look like it right now, but you must have been really bloody good then."
Sir Lucian,
constantly going.
Sir Lucian just brushes his hand in the air and sighs and says, "Oh, yes, and maybe one day I'll achieve such glory again. Remains to be seen. I'm not feeling confident after the events of the last few days," and he just hangs his head.
Chin up, buddy. No matter how bad it looks, it can always get better.
Since you had Onyx ramp from one side of the room, while the other side of the Republic sort of just like pacing to herself, all you can hear from her is just like, "Yep, legs working, still working, good magic. No, still Warlock, not as good. Why Warlock tied to Ras Nsi? Why of all? Never mind. Work on that later. Just rambling to herself, trying to take stock of literally herself, as it seems.
Rourke finishes packing up his supplies. He slings a cloth pouch over his orange skin, and he looks at you and he says, "Wish you best of luck." "I do. Before I leave, have a plan, do you?" "Certainly hope I do," he says, his staff visibly shaking in his hands.
Zinhorn just goes over with 50 gold and thanks him for the potions and says, in terms of plans, we have something, but it's a work in progress.
He just nods and he says, "Oh, better than nothing. A work in progress. Must get back to Dungrunglung. City is quiet now. Should be able to make it back in one piece. Best of luck again. Hope to
Don't
see
worry,
you again.
Good
I
luck,
do."
everyone.
He nods and waves and gives a non-committal wave to Onyx and then takes one last look at all of you before he passes through the doorway out into the glowing red light of the sunset outside and begins to shuffle away down the street.
Zinhorn then turns around, takes the hat out, and just walks over to Bobbers and says, "Is that like what's going on? Like how?"
Bullet, the second her eyes clock the hat, you see her take a step back, going, "No, not that. Put that down. That's not hers. Put it back. Put it back."
Okay. Throws it away.
Yeah. Second you go to say throw it away, you also see her visibly wincing, going, why do you even want to keep it? It's not ours. It belongs to him. Why do you even want that? Yes, I'm sure it looked quite lovely on you, but just, fine. Don't throw the hat away. I just don't particularly wish to wear it right now.
The Vines go and grab the hat and puts it in the bag again.
Okay.
And you just hear Argus mumble, "Well, if she don't want it, I won't say no. Looks like it has quite some expensive tailoring put into it."
Second you said Bobbert or Alessander looks at it going, "Of course it would. It belonged to Ras Nsi. Of course it would be made nicely." The only thing I remember about it, never mind. Right, explanations. You probably want an explanation, yes?
So Lucian just sighs and says, "Bobbert, I would say it'd be a surprise if the hat you've been wearing is Ras Nsi's, but I know better than to voice my opinions out loud by this point, particularly when it comes to things regarding you."
Good. That's probably for the best, but not bothered. No. Okay, you've heard her use the name Alessander before, correct?
You do remember back when you were in
Yes.
Mesro, Bobbert was referring to herself as Alessander quite a fair bit.
Okay, she was technically half right. I am Alessander. I don't actually know who Bobbert is. Technically, this is my body, and for the last two years, ever since we woke up, I have been somehow stuck at the back of my own head. I don't know how. I'm still trying to work it out. Basically, a passenger inside my own head, as this Bobbert has been parading around inside my own body. I don't know what kind of magic that is. I don't know how that actually works. Everything's sort of still a mess. It's only very recently I've even had any sort of real input into what we've been doing. And losing Bold, it seems, caused her to break down and just literally crawl inside herself, and it seems to have switched. Why now, right at this moment, I don't know, but this is where we're at the moment. I'm just sorry. I seem erratic. It's probably because I'm still trying to focus, and for whatever reason, unlike when she was in command and I couldn't actually voice anything, she's still very much inside my head and has no particular volume control. Yes, I'll tell them in a second. Just stop yelling. It's the headache.
You see, Sir
Oh, you
Luke,
knocked my baby?
I mean, I have all of her memories and I've seen all the things she does, so in a sense, yes, but also no. She says hi, by the way. Why that particularly, I don't know.
Hi.
She's mostly trying to come to terms with everything that's happened, but losing Bulb is there's a lot of crime going on right now up here. It's
Look, poor baby.
sort of straightens up a little bit and just goes. Okay, so while I have been mostly keeping an eye on things, or at least trying to, from what I could see, we're literally about to walk straight into Ras Nsi's palace. Yes.
It seems that way, yes.
You see Sir Lucian just bury his face in his hands and say, that day in the yawning portal, I had a feeling there was more to you than just the normal, snivelly, snotty-nosed brat, but there will be time for questions later. Right now, I'm focused on not dying, if you please.
Yes, not dying is good. We like not dying. Death is causing all sorts of problems right now. Right. So, to business then. You see Bobbert pulls out, well, very slowly pulls out, looks at, much disdain at the staff of Mr. Stick and just goes, right, this is going to be fun. I don't suppose you're listening to any of this, you decrepit lying snake.
Oh, yes, and might I say it was quite entertaining. And might I say, you calling me decrepit? Do I need to remind you you're over 200 years old at this point, my dear child?
Well, again, coming to terms with that later. So, you want this company, you made a promise with Bobbers to make some sort of conversation with your, I suppose, better half. I don't suppose you have any insight on this particular palace, or are you going to be completely useless here?
I understand that the Fane of the Night Serpent is underneath the royal palace. If my other half is expecting your arrival, I believe you might be able to just enter through the main entrance and remain unharmed until you have your audience. However, if I know my other self well, I know that he has underestimated you, and as such, if it were up to me, I would not do what he expects. I would go against his expectations and get any advantage that I could find.
Lovely. I don't suppose you know anything about this palace, as in that particular secret entrance that someone mentioned before.
Ras Nsi, or Mr. Stick rather, simply says, "Not at all, young Alessander. I have no memory of the place, as the Fane of the Night Serpent became my other half's residence after the fall of Mesro. When we became two, anything that happened to my other half is unfortunately not in my memory, and I suspect vice versa. Though, if the secret entrance is connected to the Fane, then it must be in the vicinity of the palace. If you don't mind searching the palace district, I'm sure you might be able to find it eventually. I suspect the Red Wizards were searching in the wrong place."
Wonderful. Good to see you're still as helpful as ever. And with that, just immediately puts the stuff back on it and back in its holster goes. Right. Well, the snake isn't entirely helpful, so it looks like we're on our own with this one. So, frontal assault or search for the secret entrance. Any takers?
Well, either way could be, the front entrance could be a trap, but the secret entrance,
certainly, knowing him.
the secret entrance could take us a very long time to find.
Yes, depending on how well you search for it.
We don't really know whereabouts to look for it, and it's quite a large area.
There is also the question of what actually to do once you enter the Fane of the Night Serpent. You'll probably have to find your own way to Ras Nsi, and so are you planning on just fighting your way through swaths of yuan-ti as you encounter them, or perhaps a more stealthy method, or perhaps even talking your way through? Bobbert, at the very least, could probably pass for a yuan-ti pureblood looking human as she does.
Well, we have been told that we do have audience with him. We could potentially use that as a way to get through the guards.
True, but that's no guarantee that they won't. Knowing Ras Nsi or any form of Ras Nsi, he would probably use that as an excuse to test us or something fun like that, so it's not a guarantee that we'll be able to diplomatically walk straight.
And particularly if you're coming in through the secret entrance, then the excuse that you've come for an audience might not fly as well, considering you've specifically gone out of your way to find a less obvious entrance that most people wouldn't know about.
I will be right back, Missing Scout.
Yep.
Before we discuss this any further, a quick question. Who had Bulb's bag of holding?
I did.
Yeah, Zinhorn has it.
Wonderful. May I take a quick peek through that? Might seem disrespectful, but time is of the essence, and he tragically won't be needing his things for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep.
You see Boba go over to the bag, and very quickly after rummaging, pulls out Bulb's old boots of elven kind, and takes off her own boots and goes to start putting them on, then like massively winces, puts her hand to her head and going, "We're just borrowing them. I will put them back in the bag once we're done. Please stop yelling." Not fun.
Now,
And do the boots of elven?
I'm just checking if they. Yeah.
No, they don't.
No, they do not. Yeah, you can just put them on. So in this case, yeah, you put them on, and you take a few steps across the crumbling stone floor, and they are utterly silent.
Well, I'm not the most stealthiest in this particular garb, but hopefully this might help.
Speaking of borrowing items, Rourke said that he saw Bulb with a stone before Bulb unfortunately died. Do you think I could possibly borrow that? I think I have an idea for it. And just so you know a little bit of backstory, I was actually Bulb's brood mate. I hatched the same day as him. We kind of grew up for the first couple of years together.
Oh, that's tough.
Do you just hand over the bag of holding to Onyx to take as he wishes?
I'm not the one holding the bag. I'm putting boots on and...
Yep. Zinhorn, do you just offer him the bag of holding?
I thought you had the bag because you got the boots out.
I basically took the boots out and handed it back.
Yeah. So you just offered the bag to Onyx, and he starts rifling through it.
I think there was only one thing that I needed. Just give me a second to open up Bulb's
Inventory. Yep.
I found it.
Everything's taking forever. Oh, that's right. I pull out the. Where the fuck is the gem on here?
Oh, the Gem of Seeing?
Gem of True Sight.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Gem of Seeing.
The Gem of Seeing. I pull it out and go, this will come in very handy. Thank you.
Yes.
I promise you back.
You will need to attune to it.
Pardon?
You will need to attune to it.
Oh,
though.
yeah, we'll
It
need to
does
attune to it, yeah.
require attunements, yes.
Yeah.
So, which brings me to the next question. Do you want to rest here overnight and heal, get a long rest in before you go to the palace? Or would you like to strike while the iron is hot, as it were?
Looking over to a solution, it is your decision overall, but going in at full steam, having everything available will give us the best possible chance of coming out the other side. But knowing that you're on a limited time, I will leave the decision to you.
So Lucian just shrugs and he says, "Well, I certainly don't want to get you all killed on my account. Be a shameful legacy to leave behind."
Oh.
Well, I speak for both myself and Robert, saying the joys of a warlock, we don't take much need of rest. So we're good to go here if everyone else is.
Yep, well, Ava's on full spell slots. I believe
I've only got one. I've only got one third level spot left, and I've used one first level and two third level spots.
Yeah, so it
yeah.
might be a good idea for Zinhorn's sake at the very least.
Meta just a little bit. Has Sir Lucian used up all of his attunement slots?
He has, I believe.
So,
He has?
Yeah, because he's got his ring. He's got his ring of cold resistance. He's got his armor, and he's got his sword.
So he's only used two. Sorry, cut out touch.
He's used three: his sword, his armor, and his ring of cold resistance.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, because I've still got the bag, Onyx stands up and goes, Bob seems to have been wearing this amulet. Seems it could be useful while he's not using it, I guess.
So any dibs on the amulet of armor?
Well, Zinhorn has only got one attune spot taken, so if anyone else.
You may as well. It gives you +1 to AC, so.
Yeah, and every time, when you take a critical hit, there's a 20% chance it'll break. So.
I'm actually amazed that it hasn't broken yet. But
Yeah.
then again, I have that leather armor.
Yes.
I had that level armor, which was just nullifying all the nat 20s.
Yeah.
So.
enough.
So you hand that over to Zinhorn, and
then I also take Bulb's Supreme Healing Potion and pocket it.
Might as well.
so Lucian yawns and he says, "Another night of restless dreams of the abyss then." And he leans back on his chair and pulls the rim of his helmet down to cover his eyes and goes to sleep.
And I'm taking the Gem of Seeing.
Okay, as you no longer have Bulb with you, you can't eat good berries tonight. So you have to dig into your rations.
Unless Zinhorn uses one of his.
I can use. I don't have good berry.
Oh, you don't have good berry.
Yeah.
But I can use my I can use my what's it called? Where is it? Whenever I had that, I could go and find food and fresh water.
Oh, yes.
Oh, as a wood elf.
Wood elf, yeah, that's.
Yep, so would you like to forage for food then?
Because if we're going inside somewhere, there won't be an opportunity to use this, so we're probably best
you may
to
as
do
well
it
use
now.
it now, yeah. I will point out that you do still have 26 or 27 rations left. I have to do the proper count, but you've still got more than 20 rations.
Save those for...
Yeah, save them for when we can't go forage.
Yep. Alright, so...
Yeah, second mention previously, Alessander, sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Alessander.
Yeah, so Alessander, the second mention of food sale, I had to stand there look and go, yes, food is a good idea. Still dealing with the extra hunger of, seriously, lycanthropy. How did we end up with lycanthropy? You know what? Never mind. A lot to take in right now. Sorry, go.
So Zinhorn, you duck out and you're gone for about half an hour. And when you return, you've got a pail of river water and some vegetables and fruits, most likely harvested from the greenhouse or from some of the foliage that chokes the streets of the abandoned city. You lay it out on the table, and it's enough that everybody's able to at least make a meager meal out of it. Except for Alessander, who, being a lycanthrope, must consume one share of rations. So your rations go down to 26.
Yeah.
Because with her lycanthropy, she has to eat double. And very well, get a long rest, and the next morning, before the sun is barely even up, you are being shaken awake by Sir Lucian with a grim look on his stony face, and he just silently says, "Time to get going. Not like I have a lot of it left."
Yep. Yep, time to move. People dying, things to do.
So you pick up your supplies, stretch, gather your equipment, and step out into the empty streets, dimly lit by the pale grey light of the early morning as the first rays of the sun start to glimmer over the horizon. How will you approach this?
Just quick, that Gem of Seeing once a day casts True Sight, was it?
Let me check. Gem of Seeing. It has 3 charges. As an action, you may activate it to have True Sight. It regains 1d3 expended charges at dawn.
Okay, so it's a legitimate item, then I'll just look it up so that I constantly have it. Okay.
Having True Sight will make it a lot easier to find the secret entrance, yes.
Okay. Do we know roughly where this secret entrance is?
You don't. You know that the Red Wizards were searching roughly here for it, just south of the Palace District.
Sorry, you keep cutting out, and I don't know if it's on my end or not.
I
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Am I cutting out for anyone else?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it is my end.
So you know the Red Wizards were searching just south of the Palace District, although Mr. Stick seems to believe that they may have been searching too far afield, and says that most likely the secret entrance would be somewhere in the vicinity of the palace. So perhaps the Palace District, which is entirely contained within a circular stone wall.
Would we be able to tell how many feet it is from this end of the wall to this end of the wall? Like, across?
Yeah, that'd be about 200 feet or so.
200 feet or so, okay. Well, now that you guys have let me attune to this gem,
Wait, there is a scale on this map. I should actually consult that.
Yeah, but... Oh, on the actual map.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see.
Okay.
Yes.
At 500.
Yeah, it's about 500 feet, not 200. Yeah.
Okay. I can help look. True Sight might reveal any illusions, but I only have about 120 of vision.
Yes, you'd probably still have to patrol the perimeter of the area, but at the very least, if you have True Sight on, if you stumble across the entrance, it would be much easier to actually spot it. So would you like to expend a charge?
Before I do, did we actually get invited, or like how exactly did we know that we've been?
Just that one of the dying Red Wizards just said, "Ras Nsi has picked you."
Yeah, his exact words were, he did say extended an invitation, but
Yeah.
this is also Ras Nsi that we were with.
Oh, fucking. Hold on, I'm gonna turn back onto my phone and restart my computer again because you keep cutting out every 30 seconds.
Yep.
Sorry. No, it's not your fault.
Yeah, I know,
it's my computer
I know,
picked today to fuck up. I'll be right back.
It always happens.
Yeah, so if Onyx activates True Sight, it goes out to a range of 120 feet. So And it only lasts for 10 minutes, so he will likely have to expend, if you don't get lucky and find the secret entrance within the first 10 minutes, he'll likely have to expend more than one charge. Otherwise, you could simply search the area until you come across it. Might take a while, depending on the rolls you make.
That's true. Pain in the ass.
What if we just, walk in the front door? If we get attacked, then we leave and find the entry.
Except then they'll know that you're coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they know that we're coming anyway because we've already collected 4 of the cubes.
Cubes, that's correct.
That's true.
So at this point, they're just sitting there waiting for us to either stroll through or attack us.
Yeah.
So if we go in, have a slight skirmish, and then retreat, they might just think, oh shit, they've realised that we're too tough, and they're going to try and find a defensive position, when really we go searching for the entry in.
Yeah. What does everyone think?
I mean, this makes sense.
You'd like to just approach the royal palace through the main entrance and
See if we can see, if we happen to find the secret entrance, it won't hurt giving
at least
that
look
a
for
try.
it on the way. Like maybe on the way there, you activate a true sight and keep a lookout, and maybe you'll find it on the way there. It's up to Onyx if he wants to spend a charge or not.
Yeah, I'm happy to spend a charge.
Yeah.
We're taking a long rest for him to attune to it and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, and also for you to regain your spell slots, yeah.
Cool. So just want to make sure
Yeah.
I am doing that. Sweet.
Omu was like a big religious city, wasn't it?
Yes, if the 9 shrines... At the very least, not to Uptow, because he abandons the city, but they have the shrines to their 9 gods, and did regularly send their priests to face the trials of these shrines, so...
Do the kobolds worship any of these gods? I doubt it, do they?
No. These are specifically Omuan gods.
I'm going to assume that Rourke filled Onyx in.
Yeah, Rourke has filled Onyx in.
So Onyx would know that Ava is a Oracle of Mudmore.
Yes, that is correct.
Would Ava praying to Mudmore potentially would Mudmore potentially know where the entry is?
He could. If Ava would like to consult Mudmore, please make a religion check.
Okie dokie.
And Kitty, get something to eat.
Where's my religion? That is 25.
So as the party bickers over whether to go through the main entrance or search for the secret entrance, you just retire back into the building and kneel down over the table opposite stony-faced Sir Lucian and close your eyes and ask Mudmore for advice. And Mudmore appears before you, the great crocodile, and he stares at you and he smiles and he simply says, "It's closer than you think."
It's closer than we think. If Ava relays that,
Assume yes.
Yeah, she will, of course.
my
she will.
stone. I will use a charge of my stone then and hurry towards the entrance to the circular area.
So Onyx holds
Keeping
out
an eye
the
out.
Gem of Seeing and rubs the top of it with his hand, and then moves ahead of the party, leading you down the street and through the crumbling gate, past the thick vine-covered walls into the palace district. I would like everybody to make an investigation check, and you may all do it with advantage as the Gem of True Seeing is active.
Investigation, that is an 18.
I got 17.
Yeah, I got 17 as well.
22.
So you're just making you barely have even passed through the thick stone walls when Onyx turns, faces the left, and points to a gatehouse on the other side of the wall. It says, "There, it's there," and you've located the secret entrance. It is inside a gatehouse on the other side of the wall, concealed behind a thick stone trapdoor that is disguised with an illusionary patch of floor.
Well then.
Alright. Right.
Onyx is gonna go up and see if he can open up any entrances into an underground tunnel.
Yep. So you head into the old gatehouse. It looks like even when Omu was at its prime, this place got little use, as there isn't even any furniture inside it. It's more like the outside of the building is just a facade. And you stroll over to a patch of the stone floor in the middle of the main room, and you point at your feet, say the trapdoor is here, and then you reach down and try to open it. The trapdoor is not really a trapdoor, it's more like a thick slab of stone, and so I would like an athletics check to open it, please.
Athletics? That I think I can do. Watch me fucking fail. Oh, no, that is a 22.
22.
Damn.
You groan, and the rest of you just watch with amazement as this kobold, slightly taller than usual, but still a kobold, manages to kneel down and on his own wrench this great stone slab out of the floor, revealing a narrow stone stairway that leads down into a narrow, pitch-black tunnel, seemingly dug right into the earth.
You're handy.
So, as you take your first steps on the stairway, you notice that the tunnel is so narrow that you'll have to move in single file. It is obviously intended to smuggle only small parties of people in or out of the palace. And so, what will be your marching order?
Onyx volunteers to go first.
Yep. So Lucian sighs and says, "Well, I suppose I'll go second then."
Xenon will be somewhere in the middle.
Yep. So we'll go Onyx, Sir Lucian, Zinhorn, Ava, and then Alessander.
Before we walk in, I turn to Bobbit, Alessander, and go, "Hey, guess it's time we go and save everybody, eh?" And with that, from the scar on my shoulder, my skin takes on a blackish ground texture of rock, and I unsling my warhammer and my shield and start entering.
Yep. What is your passive perception Onyx?
That's 10 plus perception modifier,
Yep.
isn't it? 11.
11. So Your skin hardens like rock, and then you boldly lead the party down into the passage, making your way down the narrow staircase. And when you reach the bottom, you place your foot on the dirt in the tunnel, and feel your feet sinking down onto a tiny pressure plate that's buried under layers of dust. Make a dex save, please, Onyx.
Dex save.
And
That is a 19.
A 19. You feel your feet sink down and you hear the click, and then to your left and right you notice that the stone walls in the tunnel are covered in tiny little pinprick holes. And so you say, "Oh shit," and take a step back as with a loud hiss, a cloud of acidic gas begins to spray out of the holes, and you take half of this damage, which is
Yep.
Oh dear.
8 points of acid damage.
8 points, no
Yep.
problem.
You wait a few moments until the hissing stops, and the acid stops spraying and then melts into the earth and the rock, and it appears the tunnel is now safe to proceed.
Having got a bit ahead of myself, I now approach cautiously.
Yes. Luckily, it appears that there's nothing more waiting for you. It seems that this single trap was merely a precaution for anyone attempting to enter the secret entrance who is not supposed to be there. A deterrent and nothing more. And the tunnel wends deep down into the earth, and it's narrow so that you all have to move in single file, and the tunnel is dug right out of the earth. The walls on both sides are just rock and cliff face and dirt, and the roots of plants and the bottoms of bits of rock brush against the tops of your heads as you make your way through. But luckily you don't have to do anything in the way of navigation, as the tunnel travels in one straight direction. And so you follow it for about an hour until finally you see a dim light ahead of you as the tunnel begins to open up and grow wider as it opens into the bottom of the Fane of the Night Serpent.
Hooray!
I must move the party token down here,
Damn.
as you had found the entrance. So here you are, in the Fane of the Night Serpent, and you can tell you're here because as the tunnel opens up and the light starts to increase in brightness a little, you begin to hear the sound of water lapping against rock, and instantly a feeling of dread washes over you. You know somehow instinctively that you are in Fane of the Night Serpent in Ras Nsi's palace, about to meet your destiny. Reveal the first room. Unless there's anything you'd like to do before you've come to the end of the tunnel. If there's anything you'd like to do before venturing out of the tunnel into the Fane itself.
Also, before we sort of did all this, like I let the vines have their sun and their ground and everything.
Yes, you have. You did that during the long rest, I would presume.
Yes. Yep. And let them know that we don't know how long it is until we'll be out of this place, so that...
Yeah, they gripe a little bit, and Rowan just says, more in the darkness in the underground, and I'm just saying, well, look, at least he's not saying we've got to spend 200 years down here. Just shut your trap and don't worry about it. So is there anything anyone would like to do before you proceed into the Fane proper? You've come to the end of the narrow stone tunnel.
Have a bit of a look around, a bit of a perception, sort of see what we can see.
Yep.
Ah, shit, I just
You may make a
Yeah.
perception check, please, Zinhor.
That is. Where's my perception? That is a 26.
26. So you hear from just ahead what sounds like running water and the sound of water lapping against stone shores. Kind of like an underground river. You can also hear from a short distance to the north what sounds like voices talking amongst themselves, hissing. You identify it as draconic with a thick,
Ooh,
hissing
I understand
accent. So, yes, Onyx, go ahead and make a perception check of your own then, because yes, being a kobold, you would understand draconic.
that is a 13.
You can't make out much of what the voices are saying, only a few snippets here and there to determine that in fact they are speaking draconic. You do hear a snippet of conversation as you draw closer, making your way down the stone tunnel. Yes, they said it was Black Mask this month. Yes, but don't forget, you know those skeletons will attack you if you speak the wrong passphrase.
Interesting.
The passage winds through the bowels of the earth. The air is wet and sticky, and the walls on either side of you are slick with moisture. Harmless centipedes and spiders scurry across the floor as you begin to ascend towards the sound of the hissing voices and the running water.
Okay. Okay.
Let me see, this is Area 20. An underground river opens before you. Stalactites hang low over its surface, and dripping water echoes in the dim light. There are, ahead of you, two rowboats bobbing in the water, fixed to a wooden post nailed into the stone floor. Ahead of you, 4 serpentine creatures, each with the lower body of a serpent and the thin triangular head of a snake, stand guard over a door leading to the north. Their backs are currently turned to you, and they are communing amongst themselves, whispering in heavily accented, hissing voices. What would you like to do? So you've just come into the room at the end of the tunnel. There's an underground river, 2 rowboats bobbing in the water, and you've come upon 4 yuan-ti guards who appear to be standing guard over a stone door just to the north. Their backs are turned to you, and you get the impression that they should be looking out to see if anyone comes through the secret entrance, but they're not expecting anyone to come through, so they have not noticed you yet.
And they said something about we need the correct you need a correct passphrase not to be attacked by something.
Yes, and that this month the passphrase is Black Mask, I think.
Okay.
Can we see much to, like, across the water, or?
You can see that the underground river continues on to the east, into the darkness, but beyond this point, this cavern is lit with flickering candlelight from torches hanging in sconces along the stone walls, but these lights are not present further along the underground river, so it's just pitch black darkness beyond that point. So to fill you in, Sir Lucian, we are entering Ras Nsi's palace. We've just come through the secret entrance. We're literally right at the start of the dungeon. So, what would you guys like to do?
So high.
Well, these guys are definitely going to attack us when we turn up, when we make ourselves known.
You don't know, they might. At the moment, they haven't noticed you. You do notice that there does appear to be a passageway through this cavern to the west of you. It might be possible to sneak past this group of yuan-ti and continue on that way. Likewise, you could probably continue along the underground river. It's unlikely you would be able to detach one of the rowboats without being noticed, but if you think you could quietly swim or tread water, then that is also an option.
Can Xenhorn use his mask of the wild to sort of sneak around the bottom side there? Like down here?
Yep.
Sort of, like, does the land sort of continue through this way? Like,
So Xenhorn, you hug the southernmost wall of the cavern and make your way as far along it as possible, and shortly beyond where the light ends, around here, so does the land, with the water taking up all of the cavern beyond this point.
so
Travelling to the east would essentially necessitate you to either swim, tread water, or fly over it. I point out you can also introduce yourselves to these yuan-ti and maybe try to talk your way past them if you like.
it'd be an Onyx thing, because I think he's the only one who understands. Like,
Dance
could,
draconic, yes.
I was gonna.
Well, doesn't Bobbit have
That's right, I do have tongues.
Yeah, so there is an option too.
That's just an instant spell slot mine gone though. It's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I can naturally do it.
And how good's your charisma though?
Pretty bloody good.
Really?
For once. Yeah.
So, if you do make yourself known to them, what would you say to them?
I'd walk up to them, just go, so what we garden?
Okay.
Oh.
So, Onyx steps out of the darkness, and all four of the yuan-ti turn their serpentine heads to the south, and they see Onyx stepping out of the darkness, and then make out the silhouettes of the rest of you standing behind him.
Xenhorn's still over in this corner over
Oh yeah,
here.
except for Xenhorn, but they see Ava and Sir Lucian and Bobbit's silhouettes shrouded in shadow behind Xenhorn. All four of them immediately reach for their scimitars and draw them with a metallic shing, and then one of them slithers forwards, and he says in Draconic, "No one is supposed to come from down there. You must be interlopers."
We got an invite from the big man himself.
They look at each other, and they say, "From the Master, Ras Nsi?"
Yeah.
Make a persuade check, please.
Okay.
Almost hear outside of the background going.
That is a 21.
A 21.
Yes.
The guard looks at the other three, and then he looks back at you. and he says, "Sounds convincing, except nobody tells the brood guards about these plans. We must be too low on the totem pole, isn't that right, boys?" The other 3 guards just finger their scimitars.
Well, you gotta look at it this way. If you're the guard to the back door, you have a longer lifespan than the guards to the front door. That's gotta count for something, doesn't it?
Make another persuade check with advantage.
Wow. Not being the one to do this.
25.
Damn! The brood guards look at each other, and then the one who's been talking to you stows his scimitar away in its scabbard, and he says, "Fine. We don't wish to cause trouble, especially for matters that don't even concern us. You'll find Ras Nsi somewhere to the north. We'd point the way, except we're not allowed in the complex itself. We live out our lives down here in the catacombs." They point to the stone door behind them and say, "Door there's locked, and we don't know where the key is. Sorry."
I heard you talking about a password for somewhere not to get attacked. What was that about?
They look at each other as if unsure they want to give this up, and then one of the ones standing behind the one you've been talking to says, Yes! We have to speak the password when we collect our weapons."
Oh. Good to know, thank you. Well, we will be on our way. Nice to meet you. Glad we didn't come to violence. If you want, there's a whole world to explore out of the catacombs if you follow that tunnel that we just came out of. No one's stopping you from, living out your lives to your best out there.
"Out of the question. Dendar the Night Serpent has decreed we are to live out our lives here in this cavern and nothing more."
Okay, well, if you ever get bored, just know that that's where that leads.
"Bother us no further," says the brood guard. The rest of them sheathe their weapons, turn their backs to you, and are once again fixated upon the stone door.
I turn back to the others and tell them everything that happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just sort of seeing this little Alice Anderson is surprising, but all of a sudden just see her, her eyes shift a little bit and goes, "Yes, it is weird not being the one to do that for 5 minutes. No, I don't speak Draconic, and neither do you. You should... okay."
So,
Moving
you
on.
have a number of options on how to proceed. There is the river. You could probably actually detach a rowboat now. There is the door to the north, though they have warned you it's locked and they don't have the key. Likewise, there is a narrow passage to the west that seems to lead further into the cavern.
Would Alessandra like to look at the door, see if she can open it?
They said we can go that way.
They said that we're free to go wherever we want.
Yep, okay, if you'd like,
Go and investigate the door.
Alessandra, please make an investigate check.
Oof, so close to a nat 20. That's a 23.
So there is a thick stone door here. It's covered in motifs of snakes and yuan-ti, and the image carved into the door appears to depict a yuan-ti holding a serpent in his hands, and he's holding what seems to be some kind of bottle under the serpent's open mouth. The door is locked, you can see the keyhole, and as you touch the door, it appears to be very tightly shut. It would take an incredible amount of force to break through.
And I don't think we'd want to break the door in front of the guards.
Could attempt
Do
to
we
pick
have
the
any
lock.
snake venom?
You don't have any snake venom, no.
Huh. Bulb didn't either.
I mean, the
don't
only one who would have any is Ava, but I don't think she has
Sorry,
any.
what kind of venom?
Snake venom, which I don't think you do have any. Because I don't recall any situation where you milked a snake or anything.
No,
so...
I've got centipede and wolf spider.
Yeah, that's right, but not serpent venom. So, so what would you guys like to do?
If we do need snake venom, I can be shaped into a large venomous snake.
Looking at that door, it's a yuan-ti milking a snake.
Yeah, it's an image of what appears to be a yuan-ti holding a bottle of some kind under the open mouth of a large snake.
Yeah.
Do we need it?
So if you like, I'm not confirming or denying if you might need snake venom. I'm just saying that appears to be what is
Maybe
carved
we
on the
can-
door.
That's what Onyx guesses would unlock the door, is pouring a bit of snake venom into the keyhole. But that being said, we still do have another two
Yeah. I
directions
will
we
point
can go
out that
before
from
needing to do
Bobbitt's
that.
investigation, the keyhole does appear to be an ordinary keyhole.
Okay.
Like, it's key-shaped and everything.
Mm.
You want me and Steve still
We've got two other paths that we can take.
Yeah, you don't have to address this
Yeah.
door yet.
Oh, that's fair.
So what would you like to do?
By boat or by sea or by land?
I really wish I prevented the cast more breathing today.
Let us. I would vote to go to the west.
Down the
By
small...
land.
Left.
Yeah, go overland before we decide to try and boat anywhere.
Are you sure?
Oh.
No, but yes. Let's just do it. Make it just
So, boat, sea or land?
land.
Land. Very well.
And
You leave the door and the underground river alone and proceed down the narrow passage to the west.
Oh, lovely.
What room is that? 19. Sorry, I have to take a bit to look up stuff in the book because there are a lot of rooms in this dungeon.
No, yeah, fair.
A campfire casts... I do have everything bookmarked, still. A campfire casts warm light over this cavern. Heaps of dead grass and palm fronds are scattered about, and the muddy floor is pitted with footprints. You see about 10 to 15 slaves of various races and genders, mostly human, elf and half-elf, toiling away, using pickaxes to dig out into the southernmost wall of the cavern. Keeping a careful eye on them is a yuan-ti warlock and 3 yuan-ti brood guards. And as you enter the room, the warlock sees you approach, and he points at you and barks an order. Ras Nsi said to test them! Attack!
I
Please.
charge forward when I hear that.
Please roll for initiative.
Bullet pulls, Alexander pulls stuff out going, oh, look at that, a whole group of people trying to test us, because of course he would.
And right now I rolled a 7 on my initiative, because, new abilities I want to show off and I have to go fucking last, I guarantee it.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna help, man, it's 17.
14.
14.
26.
26. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're your hippie.
Very well.
I have all these amazing abilities I'm going to show as I charge forward and then watch in amazement as everyone else runs past.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna.
That's just a mood right there.
Just putting a token of Didn't make a token for Onyx, unfortunately. So.
Oh. Did you make one for what he was going to be?
I made one for
use that if you
Raw.
want.
I made one for Raw, but no, I want something that at least resembles a kobold. So,
Okay.
okay. I'll just put, just for the sake of it, I'll put the slaves on the map too. So say S1 to 5 and S6 to 10. Okay. So, sorry, what was your initiatives again? I got that Onyx's was 7.
14.
26.
14, 26, and then Sir Lucian. Okay, so, Zinhorn, you are up first. What would you like to do?
So Zinhorn is going to make his way into that little nook thing above where Onyx is.
Yep. Pressing your back up against the cavern wall.
And then just going to start off with a frostbite on the warlock.
Very well. Go ahead, roll to hit him. Or
It's
is it
a con
Oh, yeah,
save.
sorry, it's a con save. That is a 3.
So that is a miss. So that is 7 points of cold damage.
Yep. And he is
And
weak to
has-
that, so that is 4. That is actually 14.
Good. And they have
Yay.
disadvantage on their next weapon attack roll.
Very well.
For the end of the-
Okay. It is Sir Lucian's turn. He raises his sword and charges up to yuan-ti Broodguard 3 and rolls to hit it. D20 plus 11. That is a 23 to hit. So that will be 5 plus, so that's plus 8. That is 11 points of damage. He goes again. Nat 1s. So as he rushes forwards and slashes at the Brood Guard, and then as he raises his sword ready to follow up, he slips on the damp floor and falls down on his butt, swearing as his armor clatters on the cavern floor.
Oh dear.
It is the enemy's turn. The yuan-ti warlock hisses. He raises the staff in his hand, which, Alessander, you notice looks incredibly similar in design to Mr. Stick.
Of course.
And then he casts Arms. He takes a step forward and he casts Arms of Hadar. I would like Zinhorn, Onyx, and Ava to please make strength saves.
18.
18,
17.
17, and Ava. I think Ava will be able to beat 17. Beat Thing for sure. I'll roll since I have her sheet. Yep, Ava passed. Okay. Black tendrils of darkness erupt forth from the staff, buffeting all of you. You stand your ground and only take half damage. You each take 5 points of necrotic damage and no further effects from the Arms of Hadar.
Hang on. What is this doing? So I'm rolling a d4.
Yep.
because I have my orb of shielding,
Yes, you do. So you're going to.
which reduces necrotic damage, and that is a 4. So that
Ah,
I
so
take
1 point of damage. Nice. Yuan-ti Broodguard 1 draws his scimitar and slithers over to Zinhorn. Goes in for an attack with his multi-attack. So he makes 3 attacks. He makes 1 with his bite and 2 with his weapon. So his first scimitar attack is a 23 to hit.
It hits.
Zinhorn, you take 4 points of piercing damage. His second scimitar attack is a 6 to hit, and you easily dodge. And then his third one is a bite attack. It goes in, that is a 12 to hit. You duck as he gnashes his fangs over the air. Yuan-ti Broodguard 2 slithers past Sir Lucian, drawing an attack of opportunity from him. And Sir Lucian hits, dealing 9 points of damage to Broodguard 2. He slithers over to Onyx and Ava, and he makes his 2 scimitar attacks on Onyx.
Yep.
So the first one is a 9. It
That
bounces
misses.
uselessly off your stone-like skin. The second is a 12, bouncing once again harmlessly off your skin. He then hisses and goes in for his bite attack against Ava, and that is a 17 to hit. Does that hit you, Ava?
No!
No! He is unable to pierce Ava's armor with his fangs. Okay, it is now Ava's turn.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Where
And
am
Ava,
I?
you took 5 points of necrotic damage because the yuan-ti
5?
warlock cast Arms of Hadar. Yeah, only 5.
Alright,
Half your strength save.
Yep. Alright. Okay. So my bodyguard's right in front of me, basically.
Yep, so you just go and attack him.
Yeah, I suppose I may as well go in with the short swords because
Yep.
he's right in front of me.
Go ahead, roll to hit him.
That is 15 plus 9.
15 plus 9, that is a hit. Roll your damage.
That is 12.
12 damage. Good. And he's already
Plus-
taken 8 from Sir
Oh,
Lucian.
shit. Oh, there goes my D4.
Yep.
And that was a 4 on the D4.
4, yep, so he's taken 24 damage so far. Make your next attack.
That is 18.
18, that's a hit. Roll your damage.
That is a 10.
10, nice. And your final attack? It's taken 30 altogether.
That's 18 plus 9.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
That is 9.
9. And you hit yuan-ti Broodguard, digging your sword into his neck. He hisses pathetically as he withers and dies. It is Bobbitt's turn.
Well,
Or
I see
Alisander's
another
turn,
warlock in the
rather.
room. Yes. Either
Do you
way,
see another
see
warlock?
another warlock in the room with a very familiar-looking staff. So, her take out her staff, just grimace at it, going, "It's almost disgusts me that I'm using this," and then cast Eldritch Blast at the warlock.
Yep, go ahead. Roll to hit him.
That was that's +7. That's a 24 and a 25. That's solid rolls. And damage is going to be 8, and then a 9. So that's 17 points of force damage. Actually, 18 points of force damage because I get +1
Yep.
for my staff.
You hold out your staff and bang! Blast him with an eldritch blast. He hisses with rage as your force hits him.
Hmm.
Is that your
That's pretty
turn
much
done?
My turn.
Yep. Okay, it is Onyx's turn.
Onyx's turn. Now, I need to ask, do you run it that an action surge gives you your bonus action back?
Yes.
Yes?
I basically run it as you get an entirely new turn.
Okie dokie. Now then, that brings up a lot of options.
Because, I mean, rules as written, it doesn't say you don't get your bonus action back, so...
I'm going to move 5 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5 feet forward.
Yep. Front of the Brood Guard.
Yep. I'm going to use my bonus action to draconically roar at these two
Yep, the Warlock and the Brood
in
Guard.
front of me. Yep. So I let out a massive dragon roar. Everybody gets advantage on these attack rolls for all of your attack rolls against these two enemies until the end of my next turn.
Ooh, that's cool.
Hold on. Until the end of my next turn, which means on my next turn I get advantage as well as this turn. Wow.
Yes, you do. Yes.
And then for my first action, I am going to cast Ray of Frost.
Yep.
And I'm going to spend 1 sorcery point to make it a twinned spell. So I'm going to attack the Brood Guard and the Warlock.
Yep.
So that is for the Brood Guard. Well, what's my bonus actually? Spell took bonus is +7, so that's a 16 for the guard.
16 for the guard. Yep, that's a hit.
And a 23 for the Warlock.
That's definitely a hit.
And that's 2d8 for each of them. So that is 10 damage for the Brood Guard. And 8 damage for the Warlock, but that's cold damage because that was kind
so
of
it's doubled. Yep. So 20 and 16 respectively.
Right, Frost. And then I'm going to use my action surge.
Yep.
Bonus action, cause my earthly shadow to appear behind the yuan-ti Warlock.
Yep.
So that it's directly opposite me.
Yep, directly opposite you.
Calling my echo.
Yep, I'll put your... so it's directly opposite you.
The Warlock, sorry.
The Warlock, yep. So right here, yep.
Yep.
So an echo of yourself slowly crawls out of the dirt, stands at attention behind the yuan-ti Warlock.
Yep. And I'm going to put my shield on my back as my free action, and I'm going to two-hand my Warhammer and try to hit the Warlock.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, roll to hit him.
And that is a 15 plus 8, so 23.
Yep, that's a hit. Roll the damage.
So 23, which is a d10 for two-handing. Which is 7 plus... that's 12 damage.
Yep, on the
and
Warlock.
then it doesn't... Whenever you take an attack action, you can make one additional melee attack from the Echo's position.
Yep.
My Echo is going to attack him as well.
Yep, go ahead. Your Echo swings with its hammer.
Which is 16.
16, that is a hit.
Actually, hold on. Sorry, I need to check this. Is my Echo's hammer a +1 weapon as well?
I would say it's a duplicate of your weapon, yes.
Yep. Okay, cool. So yes, that's 16 then. And it deals 8
8
damage
Nice.
to the Warlock. And that is my turn because I used 2 more bonus actions, both my actions. Yep.
Yep, it is the slaves' turn. You notice they briefly look over their shoulders to see the combat raging behind them, and then turn back around and continue smashing pickaxes into the stone wall. It is Zinhorn's turn.
Alright, so since
I will be right back.
Yep.
since everyone is sort of going to think that targets each creature within 5 feet. So that won't work. Just gonna go, I guess, another frostbite.
Yep.
This time up against the bodyguard right in front of Zinhorn.
Yep. So he's going to roll his save, and that is a 19 on his save.
So he does make the save.
Yep.
So there was 8 points of damage. So
8 points of damage, yep. So, yep.
and he still has his
He's
his
still...
advantage.
Yep. And... okay, so that's Zinhorn's turn done. So, Lucian, it's your turn.
Sorry, internet works again.
Yes. Take it out on this
Alright.
yuan-ti brood guard in front of you then.
You must die, unnobly beast. I'm gonna swing my longsword.
Yep, roll to hit
And
him.
that was an 18!
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
Oh, someone wants to die, I heard. Alright, rolling. Oh, that's an 8.
Ooh, lovely. Go ahead for your next attack.
Oh, is that 8? Do I get the... is it plus 8 as well?
Yeah, 8 plus 8 is 16. Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
16,
So
alright,
go in
beautiful.
with your final attack. He's looking
Alright.
quite beaten up. So you've just charged him out of nowhere and...
Okay, that is a 12. That's an unnatural 20.
Ooh, well, that's a hit. Roll your damage.
Oh, okay, it's time to... Oh... Another 16 points of damage, so 32 all up.
He hisses in rage as you bring your sword down on his neck and, like an Aussie farmer with a shovel, remove his head. It
I'm so
is...
glad I came back in for that one.
It is now the enemy's turn. Yuan-ti Broodguard 1 decides he's going to be reckless. Gets advantage on all his attacks this round. So he makes his first scimitar attack with advantage on Zinhorn. That is 17 to hit.
That does not hit.
That does not hit. He goes in to make his second scimitar attack with advantage. That is a nat 20. Zinhorn, you take 13 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
He then hisses and makes a bite attack on Onyx with advantage.
Yep.
And that is a nat 20. So you got 2 nat
Okay.
20. So you got a 10 and then a nat 20. So you take
That's good.
12 points of piercing damage as he sinks his fangs into your stony skin.
I just look at him.
Yeah, you're not impressed. And then it is the yuan-ti Warlock's turn. So he still has disadvantage on his attacks, doesn't he, Smithy?
It was until the frostbite is on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its
so he
next
still
turn.
has, until its next turn. Yeah, so it attacks with normal now. So he is going to first swing his scimitar at Onyx. That is a 17 to hit.
I wish I hadn't put my shield away. Yeah, that hits.
That hits. Okay. You take 5 points of slashing damage. He then uses his Death Fangs ability, which the first time he hits a target with a melee attack on his turn, he gets to deal an extra 3d10 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
So you take an additional 19 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Oh.
He then goes in for a constrict attack, attempting to wrap his serpentine body around you, but only rolls 14 and strains as he's unable to grab a hold of your stony form.
You asshat.
It is
I'm gonna make
now...
you into a hat.
It is now Ava's turn.
Hello. So bodyguard 1 is currently flanked, yeah?
Yep, he's flanked, so you can...
Actually, can I shoot at the yuan-ti warlock?
Yeah, you could shoot at him.
Everybody has advantage as well.
Yes, you have
Alright.
advantage from the roar.
Lovely.
I shall shoot him.
Go ahead.
That's right, advantage. That is an 18.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
Oh, where's my D8? That is 8
8, yep. Plus a
plus
psychic.
24. That's 4.
Yep. Ooh, so, yep, 12. And, yep, your next attack.
Yep, I shall shoot him again. That is a 21.
Yeah, that's definitely a hit.
And that is 8 plus 6.
8 plus 6. Yeah, that's 14. That's some good damage. He's looking quite beaten up now. Your arrow's sticking out of his torso. It is Alisander's turn.
Okay. She's gonna go stare at the yuan-ti warlock, snap her fingers, and cast Toll the Dead at it.
Very well. He's
So
going
he's to make a wisdom saving throw.
to make his
please.
wisdom save. That is a 10.
And that's a fail, so that's going to be 2d12s worth of damage there.
2d12. Yeah, go ahead. Roll that.
Good. Alright, that's going to be 15. I got really excited for Vivek, because the first one was a 12 and the second one was a 3.
15.
It's gonna be 15 points of necrotic damage.
It's okay. He lets out an ear-splitting screech as he drops dead on the floor.
Wonderful.
It is Onyx's turn.
It's Onyx's turn. Okay. I am going to... See, do I have anything that I can do that'll be really fun? No, I'll keep the fun stuff for later, I guess. I'm just gonna try and hit this guy on the head with my war hammer.
Yep, go ahead.
With advantage because it's not the end of my turn yet. And that's an 18.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
Okay. That is 11 damage.
11 damage. Yep. Do you
Yep.
get another attack?
I am going to use. I did not take the one. I didn't take that meta magic. That's okay. I'm not going to use my echoes thing, but I am going to use my bonus action to do nothing because that's a numbered thing.
Yep.
Sorry, all these skills
I know.
are new,
Yeah,
so I'm just
yes, that's fair enough.
making sure. You know what? Fuck it. Just to really mess with this guy, I'm gonna swap places with my echo.
There's a flash of light, and you and your echo simultaneously melt into the earth, re-emerging in opposite positions, and the Broodguard just looks back and forth, confused, waving his scimitar around, not sure who to attack.
Hey, Dick, I'm over here now.
It is the slaves' turn. You hear them release a collective sigh as they continue digging, the clangs of their pickaxes echoing throughout the cavern. It is Zinhorn's turn.
Okay. So this guy did a reckless attack. Is that what?
That means you get advantage on your attack rolls to hit him.
Oh, good.
Oh no. How
It
terrible.
let me the echo anyway. Awesome.
I like it.
Oh, the roll, I mean, sorry.
I think that I'm just going to. I'm going to save my spell slots for now, and I'll stick with frostbite.
Yep. He's
Because I
gonna
don't
make...
think poison damage won't.
No, they're immune to poison damage.
Yeah, and that's my only cantrip with the.
He rolled a nat 1 on his con save.
Oh, good. So he has now has
Oh.
disadvantage on his next attack.
Yep, but
And
you still got to roll damage on him.
Damage.
that is another 8 points of cold damage.
He shivers as the cold damage hits him and falls to the ground, dead.
Oh no.
It appears
That's terrible.
combat is over. The room is silent once again, save for the crackling of the campfire and the constant clang, clang, clang of the slaves' pickaxes on the cavern wall.
I want to go to the wall and have a look around.
Yep. You may make an investigation check.
Oh, that is good. That is a 19.
The warlock appears to be a yuan-ti malison, except he has a crimson triangle emblazoned on his upper forehead. He appears to carry nothing of note, though you feel a distinct sense of malice emanating from his staff, which looks almost identical to Alisander's.
Can I use a Arcana check to have a look at it?
Yeah, go ahead, roll an Arcana check.
While they're doing that, I'm going to walk over to the slaves and say that they don't have to do that anymore.
Yep.
That's a 19 on the Arcana.
19. So, yep. So you walk over to the staff and you look at it and you determine that it appears to be Ras Nsi's standard staff design, or rather, it's a replica of his own personal staff. The malicious energy flowing through it is, of course, the power that he gifted to the warlock. Now that the warlock is dead, you can feel the power rapidly waning away.
Yeah,
Meanwhile-
I'm gonna destroy the sickle.
Yeah, well, you can destroy it if you want.
I mean, if it's burning itself out, I'll just let it be.
Meanwhile, Onyx makes his way over to the slaves and warns them they don't have to keep on digging. And all of them except for one seem to completely ignore him. The one who doesn't just looks briefly over her shoulder, sighs, and says, "This is what we have to do. It's this or die," and goes back to hammering her pickaxe at the wall.
Why do you say that?
With lunch?
You get no response, however, I would like you to please make a perception check on this.
Perception is wisdom. Wisdom is the one that I have. Okay, so that's a 15.
As the slaves work, you notice that all of them seem to wear the exact same blank, emotionless face. They're mentally not here.
Okay. Onyx is going to just...
I mean, you could try to rouse them out of their fugue if you like, but it's going to take a concerted effort and not just greeting them.
I mean, I can probably try to persuade them, but... Can I try and persuade them?
Yeah, so you want to just rouse them?
Yeah.
Alright,
And I'll use persuasion, not intimidation.
Yep, make a persuasion check with disadvantage, please.
Disadvantage? That is still a 14.
14. The woman who you spoke to before stops hammering at the wall. As she stops, so do the others, and then one by one, they silently turn around, staring back at you with blank faces. The half-elven woman simply asks, "The slave master is dead?"
Yeah, slave master is dead. There's his body over there.
You point at the body, she sees it, she nods, and then she says, "Thank you." And then, in unison, all 10 of the slaves reach into the tattered folds of their clothing, withdraw tiny stone daggers that are covered.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare! Don't you dare!
That are chipped, the edges chipped and pockmarked with wear and tear. And then they, in unison, they silently raise these daggers to their throats.
No. I am trying to intimidate them to stop it.
Make an intimidate check with advantage, please.
25.
25, that's enough. DC was 17. You roar at them. At once, they all drop their daggers, and then they look at you, blinking their eyes, and looking around confused as if they've just woken out of a deep sleep. They begin murmuring amongst themselves. The woman looks back at you, her bottom lip trembling, and she says, "You've come to rescue us?"
Yes. Yes, we have come. Rescuing you is a fortunate side effect of what we have come here for. But once we saw you, rescuing became a priority.
She looks around, sees the dead bodies on the floor, and her lip trembles again, and she stammers, They'd broken our will through torture and tranquilizing drugs. Our emotions would surface only during rest, when dreams of Dendar the Night Serpent wrench us, screaming from our troubled sleep. I thank you for rousing us from our fugue. She says they had us expanding this cavern to create more sleeping quarters for the yuan-ti.
Do you know if people were to come check on you at any time soon?
She says, we were working under the direct supervision of Ismar, the slave master. She gestures towards the fallen warlock. He is the one who is responsible for taking us to and from the slave pens each day. Until it is time for us to return, and nobody will notice us missing.
Okay, well, then hide here. And hopefully soon you will be able to leave without interruption.
She nods and gestures for the other slaves to follow her as she kneels behind a large rock. They take their positions and hide in the shadow.
And just in case you get bored and decide you want to leave anyway, just know that there are still Broodguard down that tunnel.
They silently nod. Is there anything you would like to ask of them before you press on?
Do you guys know the layout of where we're going?
They look at each other. The woman frowns and she says, we are usually under the influence of their chemicals when we're taken out of the slave pen, but we have a vague recollection. She says, we know that the southernmost portion of the Fane houses the storage room the Venom Distillery, the baths, the sauna, and the resting place for the yuan-ti. The slave pens are far to the north. She says their master, Ras Nsi, we know his throne room to be somewhere in the northeast, but we've never set foot in it. She says, I'm afraid that's all we can tell you.
I don't know how to ask this without sounding a little bit meta, but through their directions, would we be able to tell which one of these rooms is like the slave pen?
So from what you are able to, what they've told you, the slave pen is somewhere in this vicinity in the north. Ras Nsi's throne room is in the northeast, so somewhere here.
Okay.
And the southernmost portion of the Fane, so this general vicinity, is taken up by storage rooms, the Venom Distillery, and baths and sleeping quarters.
Okay. I know it's very hard for you to recall anything, but my last question before any of the rest of my party may ask their questions, I guess, is do you have any recollection of anything that lives in the water ever being mentioned or seen?
Make a persuade check, please.
That is a 19.
One of the other slaves, a teenaged half-elven boy with red hair and freckles, perks up and he says, occasionally we would be asked to collect fungus from the cavern off the eastern shore of the underground river. About halfway down the river, we were told never to travel any further north than that, as that portion of the river was for Ras Nsi's use only. Perhaps it connects to his throne room.
Okay, but you don't know if you've never seen any water-based monsters.
Not in the portions that we have been taken out as far as the fungus cavern at the very least. If there's anything further north than that, we wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's all my questions. The rest of you?
Did I discover any keys or anything on the body of the...
No, you did not.
Okay.
And the only other thing of notice in the room is a set of stone double doors in the north, leading to another room.
While the others are either questioning or just looking around, I'm going to drink that potion of supreme healing.
Okay, very well. Yes, that necrotic damage you took.
I don't have 10d4, so... Oh. Bye, kitty. Didn't realise that you needed to go.
See you, kitty. Thank you for joining us.
I'm going to take out just a regular potion.
44 health. 92, awesome.
Yep. Okay. So what would you guys like to do from here?
I'm nearly at full health.
Oh, that's good.
I would say, I guess, the safest option for us would probably be going along the river. Most likely we're going to get attacked, but hopefully we get attacked less than if we walk through the corridors. Honestly.
Yes, it's entirely up to you.
As much as I'd like to help everyone here, I feel like Ras Nsi is a massive problem at the moment.
You just see Sir Lucian shrug and say, once again into the filthy sewer water.
Because the south is the storage rooms and everything.
And the Venom Distillery and the
Yeah.
sleeping areas.
Yeah, well, the sleeping areas are down here. I definitely do not want to go near there.
Yes. There'll be heaps of yuan-ti in there.
I have time to try and set up more breathing while we're doing all the questioning and everything else.
How long does it take to cast?
The ritual, 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, you'll have time while they're questioning the slaves.
Yeah, I guess my questions alone would have taken 10 minutes, so...
Yeah.
Probably. But yeah.
Water breathing, we all lay ourselves down and just walk along the bottom of the river.
Yeah, you could do that.
Basically. Most of us are already wearing armor, so that's gonna help, but... Yeah, see Alessandro just look over at the slaves going... 200 years and he's no different than the last time I remember him.
Nope, no different at all.
It's a
Some
shame.
things never change.
Assholes never change. Oh, well, we're done here and the water's probably our best bet. Everyone's all ready to go. We should probably consider trying that water out.
You make your way back through the cavern and emerge at the mouth of the underground river. And as you do so, the 4 brood guards that are there suddenly turn to attention, facing you. And one of them says, "We heard sounds and shouting coming from down there."
We once again proved our worth.
Make a persuade check, please.
And we came back alive. That's a nat 20, so 27.
The brood guard looks at you and he flickers his forked tongue tasting the air and he says, "We are under no orders to stop you."
Thank you. We shall be on our way.
So, the mouth of the river is before you, the stale water lapping against the stone shore. 2 rowboats bob on the surface attached to a wooded post. You may take a rowboat or you may progress another way.
Can I would like to walk along the path as far as it will go.
Yep. So you
Or
walk...
10 foot increments, stopping, looking ahead.
So, the shoreline ends in this square right here.
Oh, it does? Okay.
That's where I went to before.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, we have water breathing, so we could swim.
If I put my head under the water, like, is it, like, what's the visibility like?
Yes, then when you stick your head under the water, and the water appears to be quite clear. It's not polluted or anything. It's being an underground river. It's actually quite pure. The only hindrance to your visibility is the fact that there's no light further on down the river.
Yes.
So it's all
Somebody
just
say no
murky
light?
blackness. Yes.
Well, Bobbit will reach into a pocket. For the first time since I got the damn thing, Bobbit is going to protrude the candle of the deep, which will allow me to actually see it underneath the water, since it doesn't get extinguished by water.
Yes. So that will provide some light.
Yeah, so obviously not a lot, but it's still better than going complete blind. Yes. Bobbit lights that and goes, okay, unless somebody else wants to go first, or looks to Zinhorn, goes, you're probably more perceptive than I am, so maybe you take this and go first.
Yeah, so I feel like even though we do have water breathing, some should take the boat just in case.
That's probably a good idea.
I guess I can take the boat.
Because I'm good underwater, because if I need to, I can change and be still useful underwater.
Honestly, it should probably go spellcasters would be best in water because casting a spell underwater is easier than swinging a warhammer underwater.
It is. Yes.
So if we want to split up in that way, where spellcasters who main spells go underwater and the rest of us melee users take a boat.
So I'm
entirely up
going
to you.
to grab that candle and just sort of go underwater completely and just make sure there's nothing swimming around that I can see.
Yep, so Zinhorn, you take Alisander's candle and plunge yourself into the water, and the flame still flickers, and you do not see anything in the way of life other than a couple of waterborne insects and little microbes floating in the liquid. However, you do notice at the bottom of the water there do appear to be several large footprints stamped into the soil from a creature that appears to have walked along the river at some point, and the tracks are heading to the north along the river.
Does anyone have any idea of creatures that would make something like that?
You can make a nature check if you like.
Why not? And that is a 17, sorry. I couldn't read my dice.
17. So based on the size of the tracks, the creature is quite large. Whatever it is bipedal. It only has 2 legs. And it would have to be something that would favour water. The tracks give you the impression of something vaguely reptilian. Maybe dragon-like, but not large enough to be a dragon.
I come back to the surface and just explain what I see.
Oh, that's mildly horrifying.
So yeah, I feel like I'm probably like the most suited to being under the water
Yes.
of anyone.
That's
So I can
probably fair.
I can sort of go under and be like a scout for this big thing whilst the others are in the boat.
Oh damn! If I was Bulb, I could suggest something and it would actually work
Yeah, but you're not.
lore-wise. But I'm not Bulb. Towards Zinhorn, anyway. Zinhorn, do you have any shapes that would give you extra abilities to hide in the water so that you could scout ahead for us?
I do, yes.
It might be an idea for you to scout ahead while hidden as one of these things and
I
come back
can,
and report
I can
to
be
us.
giant octopus form, which, I have natural camouflage with that.
Yes, you do.
You could scout ahead and come report back to us every 100 feet or so.
Yeah?
And
Or I
then-
could, because if I was an octopus, I'd still have my vines, wouldn't I?
Yes. So, would you like to wild shape and scout ahead then, Zinhorn?
Yes, and I'll give the torch back because I don't want to see.
Anything to see it, yes.
Because I've got good vision as an octopus as well.
So octopus horn appears in Zinhorn's spot, and then the great cephalopod pulls itself off the shore into the water, waves at you with one of its tentacles, and then ducks below the surface. Zinhorn, please make a stealth check.
Oh, stealth check with advantage. That is a. I need to stop using my dice. I can't read it. That is a 21.
You swim forwards, Zinhorn, keeping an eye out for anything, any flicker of movement, and hugging the floor of the river, and the river continues on for quite some while. Eventually, you come to another shore, leading to a small cavern off to the east, and as the water laps against its shore, you can't help but notice that growing out of the dirt on the edge of the water are a series of glowing mushrooms of all different colours. Green, purple, pink. This must be the fungal cavern that the slaves were referring to. The river itself continues on further north.
So can I see much into the little alleyway there, or?
Into the cavern? No, you can see that there's a shore, but without getting ashore and going into the cavern, you won't be able to see more. But you do know that this does seem to be, based on the fact that there's mushrooms, that this may be the fungal cavern the slaves are referring to, meaning that there shouldn't be anything ready to attack there.
Am I still seeing the footprints going up north, or do they come out of the water?
The
or?
footprints do still continue to the north. However, you notice that they grow more faded as you move on. The ones that were close to the shore near the boats were in relatively shallow water, so they're still quite visible. These ones in deeper water appear to have already half washed away. Seems this portion of the river hasn't been traversed by the creature in quite some time.
Okay. Can I go a little bit further in the water?
Yep, please make another stealth check.
Oh, metal dice. That is a natural 20 with the advantage.
Natural 20.
Nice.
You continue moving on. The underground river widens to form a flooded grotto. To the west, pebble-strewn banks rise to a door recessed in the cavern wall. Near the middle of the lake, bones cling like a tide mark to a rocky pillar. And, standing on top of the pillar, carefully scanning the river to the south to see if it can detect any prey, is a large hydra.
Oh, thank God for that nat 20.
Hell, Hydra!
So it's not in the water, it's on land.
Yeah, it's standing on a pillar of rock. Though this would probably be the creature whose footprints you've been following.
Yeah.
Oh.
So how close am I to it at the moment?
5, 10, 15, 20, about 25 feet.
Oh, I want to look up Hydra at the moment, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Leave alone. Walk away.
Yeah, where?
I'm not in the room with you, so I can't minute, but for the love of God, come on.
Although you did detect that there are at the very least two shores, two embankments on the westernmost shore that lead into the Fane. They appear to be side doors to a couple of the rooms.
Would anyone know much about hydras or no?
You can make a nature check.
That is a 10.
That is a 10. You know that hydrans are reptilian horrors with crocodilian bodies and multiple heads on long serpentine necks. Each time you cut off a head, another one will take its place. Very rarely, depending on their age, you've heard of some of them having up to 50 heads. Though the usual number is anywhere from 5 to 12.
How many heads? Can I see how many heads this one has?
You can make a rough count, and this Hydra appears to have somewhere between 8 and 12 heads.
Right. So knowing that the Hydra is there, can I make my way back and come up onto the land where the fungal there is there and just have a bit of a...
Yes, you can. Please make another stealth check.
These dice, I guess. That is, both of them are 16, so that's a 21.
21. You retreat deeper down into the water, once again hugging the ocean floor, and swim back in the opposite direction, pulling yourself out of the water onto the shore of the fungal cavern.
Because as an octopus, where is it? I can hold my breath for an hour out of water.
Yes, you can.
So I can still be. I want to sort of like still using my camouflage, trying to make my way and see if there's anything of use, anything of danger in this area.
Yep. So into the cavern itself?
Yes.
You cautiously pull your cephaloid body across the stone floor into the fungal cavern in general. There doesn't appear to be anything alive here, and you find yourself breathing a sigh of relief. The passage widens into a cavern filled with fungi. Toadstools, puffballs, and other tuberous growths cover the walls and floor. Against the far wall, a malformed skeleton lies buried under a patch of buttery mould. A brass key hangs around its neck.
Ooh.
What is your passive perception as an octopus?
Oh.
Get back to octopus. Passive perception is 14.
14. As you slide down the passage into the cavern, you do not notice the patch of green slime growing on the ceiling above you, and as you pass under it, you hear a squelching sound as a portion of green slime drops down towards you. Please make a dex save.
The dex save, let me have a look at my octopus dex, is, I think that'll be 15.
15. You attempt to get out of the way, but a portion of the green slime lands on the tip of one of your tentacles, and the acidic mold eats into your flesh, dealing 3 points of acid damage.
Okay,
Hey.
that's fine. It's just to see what my octopus health is.
You edge further into the cavern, drawing nearer to the skeleton with the brass key around its neck that appears to be almost completely covered in a yellowish mold.
I was just working out my health.
Yep.
And it was 3, so that takes me down to 59. Okay. Yeah, giant octopus has a lot of health.
Yep. Just as
Fair
well,
enough.
because you will continue to take damage from the green slime every 6 seconds until you get it off you.
Oh.
So, I'm going to make my way back to the water.
Yep.
Wait,
To
get it-
you
yeah.
got the key?
Yeah, grab the key and then get back to the water as
Yep.
quickly as possible.
So would you like to just quickly grab the key?
Yes, because I'm in octopus form, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
You reach out one of your tentacles towards the brass key dangling around the skeleton's neck, and you pull it. The necklace snaps and you take hold of the key, but as you do so, you disturb the mold. The mold begins to quiver and then it releases a cloud of spores filling the air. I need you to make a Constitution save, please.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Ugh.
You manage to avoid inhaling the spores and quickly slide away down into the water, dropping off the shore with a splash. And as you do so, you take another 6 points of acid damage from the green mold. As you drop into the water, the majority of the slime washes away, but you notice with a sinking heart that portions of it have now melted into your flesh itself and will require medical tension or at least a skilled hand to remove.
Oh dear.
So I'm just going to make my way back to the group.
Yep, stealthily.
Yep.
Very well, make a stealth check, please.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yep. Hugging the bottom of the floor once again, you make your way back towards the mouth of the river where the boats bob. Moving cautiously, however, means you move slightly slower, and the green slime continues to eat into you as you make your way there. And you take a further 33 points of acid damage before you pull yourself out of the water and sprawl before the rest of the party. The green mold now having taken hold of your... having established a foothold in your body and eagerly eating away at your flesh for all to see.
Yeah, I just stick out my tentacles, show them the slime.
Oh, that's... Don't know what that is. That's not good. No, bad.
Yeah.
Of course, the first use of a medicine skill that would have been useful.
Yeah.
You killed me that section before.
I know.
Oh, you bastard. You bastard. Does anyone actually have medicine or anything involved in medicine?
I do.
Yeah,
But I don't know if I can do the medicine check as an octopus.
Well, no, you'd have to transform back.
Turning back to Zinhorn.
Turning back to Zinhorn will not get rid of it.
Yeah, so
But-
someone else could do something.
To be fair, when he wild checks, he still keeps his mental capabilities, so he
Oh,
would
does he?
still...
Yeah, so he could actually, he probably could do it.
Oh,
He just
could?
wouldn't do it
Yeah.
he just wouldn't have been able to do it in the water because, you know, he probably needs, like, actual hands to extract it.
Ah,
Well, I rolled a 19 either way. So
Yeah.
whenever I can, whether it's done before I turn or after I turn.
Yep.
If
You
it can be done
turn...
before I turn back, then great. I'll stick with octopus form, but if it counts...
Well, I'm gonna say you need hands, so you transform back into your base form, and then as you feel the acid eating away at you, you kneel down and retrieve some supplies from your pack, and using some tweezers carefully extract the tiny droplets of slime that are in your skin, leaving behind a portion of your arm that is
no.
covered in red pock marks and looks like you've grazed it along a rough stone floor. So even though so when you wild shape back, do you keep the damage that you've taken, or?
So I've got a certain amount of hit points as my wild
Yeah.
shape, which don't account to my normal hit points.
Yeah, so you just take... So you'll take 14 points of acid damage in your base form as you scrub it away.
Okay, that wasn't fun.
Yeah, no.
I also hold up the key and say, look what I found.
You hand out the brass key, and now that you're back in the flickering candlelight of the main cavern, you're able to get a good look at it. It is a brass key, and the key handle has an engraving of a yuan-ti clasping some sort of bottle to the mouth of a giant snake.
Well then,
I also mentioned to avoid the water
Yeah, because the
if
Hydra
we
is
don't
up
want to
there.
die a most painful death of many heads.
I mean, do you want to elaborate on that? There's a lot of creatures out there that have many heads.
Lots of heads, regrow, scales, giant, death.
Am I gonna know what that is?
Yeah, you could guess from the description that it's a Hydra.
Just have
As soon as he says lots of
Why would
heads.
he? Yeah. Why would he have a Hydra down? What is it now? No, we're not gonna go and look at it. I'm sure you're excited by it, but that's not a good thing.
Why do you want to cut its heads?
Just sorry. We have key for. I'm assuming the door behind us. That's good. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
this door, where
Right.
there's no obvious Hydra this way, so I vote this way.
Alright, who's putting the key
yes,
in?
I distinctly vote the.
Yeah, you simply
And
vote
I
not
vote
going
to-
the way with the Hydra.
I hope someone else used the key because that hurts.
Before we go through the door, I should probably say, if we encounter anything that might attack us, Black Mask
Yes.
Fair enough.
is supposedly the passphrase not to get us killed.
Yeah, when
Okay,
you're
Black
when they're
Mask
collecting
roll.
their weapons, whatever that means.
Yes, so if we come across weapons...
Black Mask roll. Wonderful.
So
Take
who's
the key and
inserting the
start
key
marching
into the
towards
lock?
I will.
Alright.
At this
Alessandra,
point, Zintorn's just going to take another potion.
Alessandra, what's your passive investigation?
Investigation.
So just be
That would
10
be
plus your investigation.
14.
14. Very well. You take the brass key, and confident that there's nothing trapped on the door because you looked at it earlier, you insert the key into the keyhole. However, you do not notice that there is a tiny silver needle poking out of the keyhole. And as soon as you insert the key, it bends the needle, and you hear a hissing sound in the keyhole. Please make a dex save.
Also, Zinhon's going to be keeping an eye on the roof as well.
None that 20.
On that 20. Okay, required a 21. The
Damn.
hissing sound gets louder. And then there's a click, and you feel a pinprick of pain on the tip of your finger as the silver needle shoots out of the keyhole, embedding itself in your finger. You take 1 point of poison damage.
It was...
And
I don't want to be that guy, but it was a silver needle.
Yeah, there was a
On the
silver.
locking
Okay,
throat?
you take 2 points of poison damage. And
you see Bob sitting there going, yeah, no, that's fair. Look,
yeah, you quickly withdraw your finger and see the flesh on the end growing red as it welts from the silver needle. You've only taken 2 points of poison damage, and you think you're okay. And then your vision starts to rapidly fade away. You are blinded. The blindness is permanent, can be cured with a lesser restoration spell or similar magic.
Oh!
I do have lesser restoration.
I was going to say, can I have 5 seconds for just a minute? You see Bobbit so sitting there with the needle just going, right, silver bad. Nope. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I spent 2 years stuck in someone in my own head. I finally get 5 minutes outside, and now I'm blind. That's great. No, yes, it's dark for me too. Stop yelling.
I can just imagine Bobby yelling. I can just imagine.
I can't
Yes,
see!
it's dark. It's dark for everybody. Yeah, inside. It's just like, why is it dark? Why is it dark now? No, you said I could still see. That's not fair. Come back.
Imagine the yuan-ti just watching on.
Yeah, they're just
see
watching
Bobbit
God.
turn up.
Seems that the needle in the door is doing their job for them.
They're just looking at us going, these are the guys that Ras Nsi fucking chose. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Mhm.
Also,
God.
Just see a
would
turnaround-
you have something to get through this door very easily?
Yeah.
Bobbit has paints.
Yeah. Or failing that, Sir
Ah.
Lucian could have just merged through the door.
Yeah, but that didn't end well
Yeah.
last time, so we're not doing that again.
Yeah. Either way, Bullet just turned. You can see I'll sort of turn around just with like a horizon now, just like a milky white going. Okay, so blind here. Does anyone have any lesser restorations? Not like a massive problem, but if anyone could, I'd appreciate it.
Xenhorn just walks up, puts his hand and casts on her shoulder and casts Lesser Restoration.
In an instant, you feel the magic surge through your body, Alessander, and your vision is restored, and you breathe a very loud sigh of relief that you're able to see again.
Yeah. Well, considering how many of my spells require me to actually see what I'm
Yeah.
aiming at, that would have been a real pain in the ass.
You turn
okay.
the key in the keyhole and hear a click as the door unlocks.
Alright.
So it's safe to say that this place is going to be full of things like this, so...
Yeah, normally I would ask, do you want to check the door, but I'm trying to get you into the frame of mind that's going to serve you
Yeah.
in the R2.
Well,
so
to be fair, she had checked the door.
I know, but she didn't check the lock. She checked
Yeah.
the engraving on the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
mention to the others that the slime fell down from the roof, so Xenhorn
Yeah.
was keeping his eyes on the roof.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
Either
so-
way, you just see like Alessandra going to open the door and just stop and go. Well, it would have been nice for you to have mentioned the paintings before. Remember, I haven't really been all there for the last several years, so fine. I'll remember to do it next time, I guess. Just move on.
To be fair, I only just remembered.
Yeah. You push the door
Yeah, I-
open, and on the other side, you find a room where the air is moist and sticky. Natural light spills from cracks in the ceiling and mud coats the floor. Stone workbenches are laden with clay bottles of various shapes and sizes. Toadstools, snakeroot, and belladonna plants grow among the clutter, fed by water seeping from above. Standing near the plants and overseeing the workbenches is a man with the head of a serpent, but leathery olive-coloured skin. He holds in his right hand a long bronze syringe. Lurking in the shadows around him are 4 slouching humanoids that reek of decay. I will reveal what's in the room.
Oh,
Oh my
God.
fucking god.
No. Oh, good. It's them.
More of them.
Yep. As you push the door
Maybe not
open,
me this time.
the yuan-ti Malison turns around to stare at you. He raises the bronze syringe and he asks in Draconic, "Who are you? And why are you disturbing my work in the distillery?"
We are the ones. Draconic.
Oh,
We are the ones that were invited by Ras Nsi. We're just passing through.
He smiles. He says, Good. The master gave me permission to test my work on you if you were to
Oh,
arrive."
You too. How many are we gonna have to kill?
Roll for initiative,
Pull my
please.
shield out.
Oh, great. That's my net 20 for the session.
I got an 11 this time.
Wait,
So the only net 20
Three?
for the roll
23.
session.
23. Okay, so, Bobbit, you got a nat 20. What's your dex mod?
Yep.
In.
Plus 3.
Plus 3. Okay, so Zinhorn, then Alessander, then Sir Lucian. Okay. So, all right.
Put the nut on your- Go first.
Yeah, Zinhorn, it is your
Pardon
turn.
me.
As you see the zombies that are hunched over the workbenches stop what they're doing and start to shuffle towards you, you know that you have to fight your way through. So what would you like to do, Zinhorn?
Just, I suppose, keep it simple. Like, so what do I? So he's got the syringe.
Yeah, he's holding a syringe in his hand. He doesn't appear to have any other weapon.
I'm going to try a frostbite again.
Yep. He's going to roll his save, and he is say con. That is an 18.
And that's what? So he passes it, and that is 5 points of cold damage.
5 points of cold damage. Yep.
But he does not have. He's just normal for yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's Zinhorn done. Alisander, your turn.
Kind of wish I had catapult at the moment. How far could I throw something?
Depends on your strength. With a strength of 17, you could throw something.
17.
Yeah, you could throw something to hit him from here.
Oh, I wasn't aiming to throw something at the mouse. I'm trying to get something like around.
Ah, I see. Yeah, you could try. So if you want to get,
Okay,
depends on what you're aiming on. At the zombies themselves, at the workbenches, or just in
just
the
the
midst.
floor, just the floor in the middle would
Yep.
be fine.
All right. So we'll say you're going to roll an unarmed attack, and the AC for this spot will be 16.
Also,
Okay.
can I ask if I was to be using like my vines to not to attack? Like, is that still an action or?
Depends what you're using them for.
Like, if I was to like, if there was something like on the roof I could grab onto and like get them to lift me up.
That would
Like,
that would count as a movement action.
A movement?
Yeah.
So
Could I have done that?
is just-
You could have, yeah, if you want. Do you want to? Do you want to end your turn by,
Like sort of being up in the air, sort of
hanging up above the roof?
out of his sort of reach.
Yeah. So you extend your two vines and they wrap around a stalactite hanging from the cavern roof above the distillery, and you hoist yourself up, dangling just above the Malison.
Alright, so the unarmed strike was just D20 plus strength,
Yeah,
right?
D20 plus strength, yep.
Okay, I got a 19. What did you say the DC was?
16, so you've made it. What are you hurling into the room?
Alright. Yeah, Alessandro takes one look at the husk zombies, has vivid memories from his time with them, just going, yes, no, not dealing with this, and throws a bead of fireball at them.
Lovely. The husk zombies are
Just
going
directly
to...
in the middle of the room, so...
The husk zombies are going to be making their dex saves. That is a 3, another 3, a
Nope.
10, and an 11.
Negative. Nope. Okay, well that's 4 fails. This is a stock standard regular one, so that's... oh god. Regular fireball's 5d6, isn't it?
That is correct.
If I remember correctly. Oh, look at that, I'm remembering things, yay. Okay. 5d6. Come on, big whammies. Oh, damn, that's 26 points of fire damage. Just, wow,
Yep.
4 5s and a 6. That's...
Hurl a fireball bead into the room and boom! It explodes. All of the husk zombies immediately drop their jaws in shock before, in unison, they explode into a cloud of spores that, thankfully, you are all far enough away from that you don't have to inhale.
Oh, thank goodness.
You just see Alessandro forward, yeah. You just see how Alessandro further back going, not dealing with that, thank you very much.
However,
Onyx pipes up and goes, that was a bit drastic. Are they really that bad?
However,
Yes!
the shock of the zombies exploding and the force from the fireball knocks several of the clay bottles off the workbench. They fling against the walls and land on the floor and shatter, and a purplish gas rapidly begins to fill the room. I
Oh,
need
god damn it.
Zinhorn and Sir Lucian to please make con saves.
Because the other bastards are immune to poison, so he won't have
Yeah,
any issues with
15.
what the hell this is.
15.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sir Lucian, you got to make a con save.
Even when I win.
Okay, that is a. Ooh, that's not good.
What did you
Please
get?
don't do that.
I got a 6 plus my 4. That is a 10.
Okay, and it was
Yay.
DC 16. So
Oh, I'm so
Zinhorn
sorry.
What was
and
it,
Sir-
D16?
no, DC 16. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Zinhorn and Sir Lucian, the purple gas immediately fills your nostrils, and even though you scramble to hold your breath, you inhale some of it, taking 29 points of poison damage.
You know, to be fair, that was only one save and not a potential 4 saves that they had to make.
Yes.
How many points of damage?
29.
29. Okay,
I have.
I'm dead.
No, you had a...
No, you
Oh, wait,
were at
you
full health.
You
You
had
were
a
at
long
full
rest.
health.
So
Yeah,
you
you had a
Wait,
long
wait,
rest.
what? Oh, sorry, on my sheet I got 1 out of 78. Or 1 out
Yeah.
of 73 HP.
Don't you count up, though?
Don't you count up?
Yeah.
Oh, no, this time I was counting. Oh, hang on.
What?
Wait a second. I'm gonna choose the direction. I'm gonna choose the direction.
Yeah, choose which direction you're
What
counting.
is your health?
When you when you enter this
What is your
dungeon,
health?
either way, when you enter
Oh,
this
it's 1 out
dungeon,
of 73.
okay, so you're on
No, it's
1
not.
hit point. Really? How'd you take all that damage?
Yeah, oh, 1 hit point.
No, you're at full.
Yeah, you're at full health.
health.
So you were at
Oh,
full
hang on
health.
hang on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I do 10 hit points going up and I do current hit points going down. The FML. Okay, I'm gonna choose a new standard after this.
Yes, choose a new
we're
standard.
I think what you need to do.
Down!
Oh my god! Just write down your maximum hit. Like you should have a box for your maximum hit points and then one for current hit
I
points.
keep
For
crossing
God's
it out.
sake, use that.
Oh gosh.
It's the death curse's
You don't
fault.
scare
Okay,
me
I'm on
like that.
44 points. 44, alright?
44. Okay.
Okay.
Thank God.
It
Oh.
is now Sir
Oh.
Lucian's turn.
Oh,
Okie
Look,
dokie.
redeem yourself and kill this guy right now.
please.
Oh, Mr. Malison. I believe you have a date with my sword in your front door. Let's roll.
Yeah, oh god.
That is that's an 11.
That's still a hit.
So-
Is it 11 plus 11?
Yeah, if it's 11 plus
no,
11.
that's just
yeah.
11 total.
How?
So you nat
Wait,
1.
do
You get a plus 11.
Wait, I thought I only get plus 8.
Yeah.
No, you get plus 8 on the
No,
damage,
plus
you get
11,
plus
we've been over
11 on
this.
the to hit.
I mean,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I've been rolling with plus 8 the whole time. Okay,
Yeah, no,
that's a
so
hit.
you're fine. Yeah, you hit him, so yep, roll your damage.
Alright, so that's 10 points of damage there. Roll another
Yep,
hit.
roll another one.
Okay, that's a pass,
Yep,
and
another damage
that's
roll.
another 13 points damage on top. So
Ooh, nice.
13 plus 10, 23
Yeah,
points?
23, not bad. Okay, it is the yuan-ti Malison's turn. He looks around. He sees that Zinhorn is on the roof, and then he looks out of the doorway and sees that Alessander is there. And he looks at Alessander with pure rage on his face, and he shouts in Draconic, "You destroyed my workshop!" And holding
I
the...
translate that in
Yep.
real time for
I was going to say, yeah. Just look ahead going, you know what, even without the translation, I probably could have guessed that.
And holding the syringe aloft, he slithers past Sir Lucian out of the doorway. Sir Lucian, you may roll to hit him as you get an attack of opportunity.
And,
And Zinhorn, I believe.
Yeah,
No, I'm in the air.
yeah. Zinhorn's too high up
It's
to.
on the road.
Oh, that is definitely a hit.
Yep, roll your damage.
And that's another 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Nice. He hisses, wave his forked tongue quivering with rage, and he attempts to stab Alessander with the syringe, making three multi-attacks.
3 multi.
I'd rather you not. I don't know where that syringe has been.
The first is 11.
Please? Nope.
Yep. You just blocking it with your shield. Try not to let that syringe anywhere near you. The second is a 23, non-nat.
God damn it. Yeah, that one hits.
He manages to stick the syringe over the rim of your shield, sticking you in the palm of your hand with it. You take 1 point of damage. Make a con save, please.
Why is it always the goddamn hand?
I now want to make a character that has a needle as his main weapon.
Oh dear lord.
Just a potion master.
14. I guess that's not gonna hit.
14.
Oh,
You needed
save.
15. You keep getting one below.
Yay!
Okay.
Yeah, alright, let's see how badly this goes.
You take 10 points of poison damage, and you are poisoned for what? Let me see. Roll 1d20 plus 4. You are poisoned for 24 hours.
Fuck!
He
Well,
then
that's just dandy.
He then eschews his third multi-attack, notices the 4 brood guards out in the cavern, and roars in Draconic, "What are you doing? Attack them!" And lazily
great.
they all draw their scimitars.
God damn it. Is this
Considering I got a
killing
nat
off
20
the other
before,
Yeah, they're going to... He's going to try to beat your persuade roll.
so that's a 27.
Yep. He's probably not going to be able to do it.
I feel like this is revenge for me nuking all 4 zombies in one go.
That's why he came out and did it. Oh, he gets a -3 on his... Okay. He can't beat 24. So they all draw
Good.
their scimitars, look like they're about to attack, and then one of them shrugs and the rest of them stow their swords in the scabbards and slither down through the southern tunnel,
Alright.
giving you room to fight.
Good boys. I knew I wanted to make you live for some reason.
The Malicent screams, his tongue lashing back and forth, and he shouts, "Useless! Never leave brood guards at the entrance to an important location! I said it should be Malicents or purebloods at the very least!" It is now Onyx's turn.
Okay. I'm going to use Chaos Bolt.
Yep.
Now, if you can look it up, it says roll 2d8 plus 1d6, and then pick one of the d8, and that's the damage type. But is the 2d8s part of the damage or not? Because it's 2d8 plus
Yes,
d6
there's 2d8
damage.
plus 1d6 damage, but then you choose one of the d8s, and that will
And
determine
that's
the
the-
damage type.
Okay, so I've still got to roll to hit anyway.
Yep.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if the 2d8s were actually part of the damage or not.
Yeah,
or
no,
it was
that's-
just like, this is your damage. So that is a 17.
17, that is a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, so 2d8s. I need to actually... Chaos Bolt. I need to look up the actual table.
I've got it here. Just tell me.
Yeah.
Threes.
3s are fire damage.
Oh, thank
Fine,
God.
if they're both the same, it leaps from the target to a different creature of your choice. Can I make it leap back to him, or does that just cancel
No, it
that
has
leap?
to be a different creature, yeah.
Okay, well that's
Because it says a creature can be targeted only once by each casting of this spell.
Okay. I'm going to use 1 sorcery point to re-roll the 2 I rolled on the d6,
Yep.
which made it a 6. So that's 12 points of fire damage.
Ooh, yes. You
All
fling
fire,
fire
all
at him
fire.
and it licks at his skin and he roars. Ah!
And then my bonus action, he's actually surrounded anyway, so it doesn't matter. I may as well not roar at him. I actually can't do anything for my bonus action, so I shout encouragement.
I'm the one who should be setting things on fire, not you! It is Ava's turn. Ava is going to declare him her favoured foe. Is it worth her doing that? Let me just see. Come on, 5e tools, load the thing. There we go. When you how many times she could number of times equals your. Okay, so she marks him her favoured foe, and fires her bow at him. So that is her first is a 5, so she misses because she nat 1s, but then she swears under her breath, raises her bow and fires again. This time it is a hit. He takes 3 points of piercing damage plus 2 points of psychic damage, so 5 altogether. And then an additional 1 point of damage from the favoured foe. And he roars in anger at her. Zinhorn, it is your turn. Oh wait, Zinhorn said
He's
be
on,
back.
be right back.
Yep, Sir Lucian, it is your turn. You want to finish him off?
Alright, yeah,
Wait,
let's
isn't
just,
isn't my turn next?
Oh, yeah.
No,
please.
it's
Don't I
yeah,
have
sorry, yeah, it is. Alessandro.
Yeah, I got 15.
Yeah, so Alessandra's basically just got a little coughing a little bit from the poison going, "Oh, this is just not my day, but I suppose it could be worse." Snaps her fingers at the mouse and says, "It could be yours." And then once again casts Toll the Dead at him.
Okay, he's going to make his
Wisdom
save.
save, please.
That is a 12.
Nope, nothing doing. So
Go ahead, roll the damage.
D12s. Good start. That's actually pretty good. That's going to be 17 points of necrotic damage.
He shrieks, "Ah!" as he goes down.
Wonderful.
Combat appears to be over. You wait a few minutes until the purple noxious gas inside the room dissipates, and then you tentatively step into the distillery.
I'm back, sorry.
Yep. Combat's over. Alessander finished him off.
Good stuff.
Just see, I sort of looked at the lab going, "Sorry about that. I'm actually kind of sad that I had to do that, but I remember husk zombies being quite a problem." Shame
Yes.
though. I'm sure he's a very dedicated scientist.
The workshop now appears to be in complete shambles from the fireball and the husks exploding, but you notice that a couple of the bottles are still intact on top of the workbenches.
Does anyone have anything to do with poison? I guess that's in a lesser restoration, isn't it?
It is
Ah,
another
yes.
lesser restoration.
Otherwise, you have a level of exhaustion for 24 hours.
Oh my god, really?
It's I look at disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah, disadvantage on attack rolls. So, yeah, a level of exhaustion, essentially.
Did you use up all your
Yeah.
charms already?
No, what? Was that-
Emerald Enclave Charm
Yeah,
of
from
Restoration.
the previous module.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sadly, it seems that I do not have any left.
Very well.
I can see.
I think Ava still has some left.
I think Ava does, and I'm sure she'd be willing to use
Yeah.
them for that.
So Ava
All
just
that
shouts, "My baby!" and runs forwards and places her hand on Alessander's shoulder. And divine energy courses through Alessander, and you feel the gut-churning effects of the poison fade away within seconds.
I feel so bad that I've wasted 2 of these in one go from
That's
essentially
okay.
one session. That's no, it's not, because I'm sure we're gonna need them later. But either way, Alessandra will look at Ava and go, thank you, and then pauses and goes, Bobbit says she misses you.
Yep. So
Okay.
yeah.
Does
So
anyone have any healing apart from me now, or
Ava's got.
I have cure
Ava.
wounds.
you do have a cure?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
cool.
that's the only reason I allowed there to not be a healer. So,
Yeah, because I did ask
yeah,
before making this character.
but everyone has their own means of healing, and there are going to be more potions. So,
Because I'm just at 45 health out of 84.
so carefully
Yeah.
stepping
So-
through the room across the broken bits of glass, you notice that there are a couple of bottles still intact, and at the very back of the room, adjacent to the entrance leading out into the corridor to the north, you see a large brown jug with a draconic word reading fermenting on it.
Oh. Well, the only one I can see that would be Onyx.
Yeah. That's why yeah.
I'll point that out.
Fermenting? What would be fermenting in there?
You don't know.
I probably wouldn't know. I guess Ava would be able to tell you
Yeah.
some potions fermenting would make them stronger.
Yeah, Ava just shrugs and she says, it makes potions stronger, it also makes poisons stronger. Whatever the case, don't
Yeah.
open it unless you're ready to hold your breath.
And I've already had enough dealings with that sort of stuff for today.
Yes, I think I've had my share of poisons for 5 minutes.
Would you like to investigate the workbenches and see if there are any of these bottles that are worth taking?
Can I have a look and check out the bottles and see what they are?
Yep, you may make an investigation check.
I rolled an 18.
18, yep, so the two of you could do it together. I'll say that does it in half the time. So, takes about 5 minutes to catalogue all of the intact bottles, and you determine that the room contains 20 doses of serpent venom, 5 doses of essence of ether, and 5 doses of torpor.
Essence of ether and pawpaw.
So essence of ether is an inhaled poison. So you basically throw the bottle and it makes a gas. Creature subjected to this poison must succeed on DC 15 Constitution save or become unconscious for 8 hours. And torpor is an ingested poison. Creature subjected to this poison must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution save or become incapacitated for 4d6 hours. And the serpent venom is just a venom that you can affix to your weapon. Any creature subjected to this poison must make a DC 11 con save, taking 3d6 poison damage on a failed save, or just as much, or half as much on a successful one.
Those will be really useful when we're not dealing with things poisoning you.
Yeah, this room is filled with poisons.
Question.
Yes.
If I was to use primal savagery and sort of like break the vials as I do that, will that give me any benefit, or does it have to be like actually applied onto a weapon?
No. If you've got primal savagery, you could smash a vial and put it on your hands. This poison needs to get into someone's body to poison them. So just having it on your hands will be fine.
So would I be able to use that in one
yes.
action, or?
Well, it's a bonus action to poison a weapon, so it would be a bonus action to smash the vial, and then you
I'll
attack.
still be able to use. Okay, cool. I will take some of that.
So, if there are 5 of you, you could take 4 doses of serpent venom each.
Yeah.
No. won't be able to
And
use
then
it today,
I guess
but-
1 dose of Essence of Ether and 1 dose of Torpor each.
Serpent venom.
Unless anybody particularly wants any of these poisons.
I'll just take the
Nah.
first one, the serpent venom. you
Mine, says Ava as she grabs a handful of vials of serpent venom and stows them in her pack.
And so you said, what was the DC? Was a
So, for the serpent venom, it's 11. It's 15 for the Essence of Ether and the Torpor.
and it was 3d6. Is that?
Yep, 3d6 of poison damage from the serpent
Just want to make
venom.
sure I'm adding the right thing.
Yep. And I like how it contradicts itself right here in the DM's guide. It's got serpent venom. This venom must be harvested from a dead or incapacitated poisonous snake.
Ah!
So they acknowledge that it's venom, but they say you have to get it from a poisonous snake.
Oh my god.
We have
Four-
1 to nothing.
4 vials of serpent venom.
Yes.
Torpor.
So on the
Awful.
opposite end of the distillery, there appears to be a corridor that leads further into the Fane. Would you like to press on, or would you like to go back the way you came?
Well, we don't really
Pressing on, I guess, is the only
Keeping
real way
an eye
to
out. Keeping an eye out for things falling from the roof in
Yep.
Zinhorn's perspective.
Yes. Okay. There is also the
Checking all
option of a
locks from now
short
on,
rest
because-
if you like, because the
Yeah, I
southern
could-
portion where you are seems to be relatively safe right now.
I definitely wouldn't oppose to a.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Let's
be
take a
opposed to a
short
short rest.
Yeah, sure.
There's another action surge would be
I
nice.
return my 1 HP again.
No, you have more than that. Stop saying that.
Yeah.
I know what to do now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well.
So
So you'll
short
take a
resting?
short rest.
Perfect.
Okay.
So you pull the door.
Just barricade the door.
Or I suppose you go out to where the mouth of the river is and just rest with the 4 guards there, if you want. Or in the slave area.
6.
Well, before we have a short rest, would I be able to shape into a Jakuli and sort of like use camouflage to try and get a bit of it, just to make sure there's nothing that's going to come in? Because I'm
Yep.
assuming the fireball and the explosion would have made a bit of noise.
Yes, but that said, this place appears to be deep underground, so it's quite insulated from sound. There's a chance they may not have heard it. But you could still have it. You can still
Yeah.
become a Jakuli if you like, and scout
Yeah, if
the
I do it
corridor to the
before-
north.
If I do it before a short rest, then I'll still
Yeah.
have my wild shapes.
Yep. Okay, so you turn into a Jakuli. I'd like you to please make a stealth check.
And that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. You head out into the corridor to the north, and you find that it branches off, going in multiple directions. There's a room to the east. There's a large open area to the north, and you can see no signs of movement coming from there other than the flickering light of a flame. There's a passageway off to the west, ending in a ramp that ascends into what you can tell is another open area. Either way, there doesn't appear to be any signs of movement coming from either of these directions.
Okay, I'll come back, become Zinhorn again, and let the others know that there seems to be no sign of movement at this point.
Yep. Okay, so short rest. You pull the door to the distillery shut behind you and sit down on top of what's left of the clay urns and bottles, and attend to your wounds. Reach into your packs, pull out a couple of biscuits, and eat some biscuits and bread to recover your energy. Go ahead and spend hit dice.
I didn't need to. I'm liking fun. I now want to roll up a fighter.
Well, he's done some cool sorcerer stuff too.
Yes, he has done some cool sorcerer stuff as well.
And
I
yes,
want to roll up a full.
and yes, Sir Lucian, you can use your second wind to get a free hit dice.
Because that's what I did.
Yeah.
I'm back up to full.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Alright, take 10 time.
Alright, I used 4 dice and I'm back to 79 of 84.
Yep. Very well.
3, 10. Yeah, we'll do 3, 10.
Yep. Three hit dice for Sir Lucian.
Yes, please. That is 20 points recovered. Beautiful.
20 points recovered. So yeah, you should be just down 9 hit points now, which is good. Okay, everyone else, how are you doing?
Full, so
Yep.
I'm good.
Very
I
well.
didn't have to use any.
That's fine. That's fine. And so, after you've completed your short rest, would you like to press on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Into the corridor or another way?
Personally, Onyx would like to have a look into that south-heading
The
hallway.
southwest one.
Yeah, the south-westerly heading hallway. Yes, that one.
Yep. Alright.
Just to make sure that, nothing's going to come up behind us.
So would you like to go through the double doors next to the slave area, or would you like to go through the corridor ahead and then down that way?
May as well, Onyx would say go through the hallway for now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone oppose?
No.
Very well.
Let's go.
And so you move through the distillery back into the corridor that Zinhorn scouted out. The walls are damp. You see what seems to be perspiration eking out of the walls, rolling down them, and the entire place smells very musky and earthy. You reach the fork in the path, ignoring the northernmost passage and the eastern and the doorway to the east. You head to the west past a couple of torches that glow with a sickly green light, and then you make your way down an adjoining corridor past a stone plaque on the wall with a draconic word reading storage.
So rolled a 27 to keep an eye out, sort of,
Yep.
for perception.
That's good. So you're gonna head down into the storage area.
As they head down, I'm just going to stay in sort of like the back sort of this area just to keep an eye out. At the
Yeah.
back.
Yep, okay, so Zinhorn's...
Onyx would like to look.
Yep,
So in like the alleyway, but not all the way down, yeah.
yeah, very well, very well.
Which way are we going?
Down this way
Okay.
to the south west, because Onyx wants to see what's down there. There's a sign on the wall
Okay.
reading storage in Draconic, but aside from that, there's nothing to give you any idea of what's down that way.
And what did I say that those fucking brood guards were saying? Black
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 Mask,
Mask.
yes.
Black mask, yep.
Just expecting that like tomorrow.
You head
Oh,
down.
I'll wait until I see something move first.
Head down into the storage room. Stacks of sturdy wood crates, bundles of cloth and clay, amphorae and jugs litter the floor. Supplies gathered from the world above appear to be stored in this chamber. At first, the room appears to be empty, but then you see a huge long shadow moving behind some of the crates, and a monstrous snake, its head about the size of a fully grown halfling, slowly slithers out into plain view.
Black mask.
He looks at you each in turn, and then he opens his mouth and says, you don't look like yuan-ti.
There's a very simple explanation for that, and it's that we're not.
He looks at you, his forked
language
tongue
do you speak?
tastes the air, and then he says, You're not yuan-ti. Well then wait! I am the custodian of the storeroom, and I have been ordered to... Oh, what the hell. Day in, day out, cataloguing, making inventories. Look, if you promise not to steal anything, they'll notice. I promise not to attack you. Deal?
What
Can
counts
I,
as something that they won't notice?
Can I insight it to make sure it's not like lulling us into a false sense of security?
Yeah, go ahead, make an insight check.
It's a 14.
It's a 14. It's hard to tell with a snake, but
Yeah.
the way he lazily flicks his tongue around suggests that he is at the very least quite bored.
Well, I'll let Alessander ask her question first before I agree to it. I'm
Yeah.
planning to agree.
Alessandra just sort of tilts and just goes, so what would be considered, just for the sake of not wanting to upset a deal, what would be considered something that they wouldn't notice?
The snake lazily moves its head around the room, taking in the stock of items on display. His forked tongue tasting the air, and he says, well, anything that I've catalogued and informed the master of, you cannot take. However, anything I've yet to catalogue, things that have just been brought in from the surface, well, normally I'm ordered to attack any intruders, but there's a distinct loophole there. They told me to be on the lookout for any slaves entering through those doors over there. He nudges his head towards the southernmost doors. He says, since you came from the staff-only entrance, I'll just say I didn't see you.
I like you.
Find the most...
Take whatever you feel...
without a doubt...
Yeah, go ahead, Alessander.
Say, for starters, you're without a doubt the nicest snake I've ever had the chance to talk to, and where would we find the most recent finds?
He jerks his head towards a crate in front of him, and he says, I've yet to be through the stock in this here crate. Take one item and no more, and leave me be, and let it be known that Azimas makes good on his promises.
What's his name, sorry?
Azimas.
Azimas.
Yes.
I like that. So is that one each, or just one?
Just one item.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Before you read out the items list.
Yeah. Well, we'll go. Well, that's literally the nicest deal we've gotten so far today, so I think that's perfectly fair. Thank you so very much.
He just nods his head, turns around, and slithers back into the shadows behind the stacks of crates, and you hear him mumbling in common as he goes away. There, I told the druids that if I ever met others like him, I would do them a service. Now we're squared, now we're good. I owe him nothing for awakening me, and can eat whoever the bloody hell I wish.
Awesome.
Huh. Just seriously, Boba just sort of sits there, blinks, tilts it, and goes, alright then.
So you
Okay, so...
you head up
what's
to the
in
wooden
yonder
crate and yoink and wrench the wooden lid off and begin to look at what's inside. I would like 2d20s rolled and the numbers added together, please.
Alright, who wants this?
You guys can.
Alrighty then. Dice in hand. 8 and 15 is 23.
23. The first item is what appears to be a large drinking horn, easily bigger than your head. You don't know what it's for, but it would be able to hold an immense amount of any kind of liquid. You may make an Arcana check to identify it if you like.
Oh, that would be nice. That's a 25.
So you quickly identify it as a... Oh, is it not appearing in the...
Back.
Ah, there we go. You quickly identify it as a horn of plenty. If the command word is spoken while grasping the handle of the horn, it will fill with 3 pints of rich dwarven ale. This power can be used up to 3 times per day.
I know a particular dwarf who would have loved that as an option, but alas, here we are on campaign.
Please roll 2d20s again for the second item.
Does anyone else want to roll? Do you want me just to keep going?
Well, I rolled a 19 and a 20.
Oh, wow.
Which
39.
added together is
39.
39. The second item is a rolled up piece of parchment, some kind of magic scroll. You unfurl the
22.
and the third 22 is
No, I mean, I rolled a 22 on the Arcana check to check the scroll.
Oh yes,
Sorry.
of course. Let me generate the scroll. Loot generator. There we go. There we go. Let's see. It is apparently a spell scroll of... You'll be quite happy with this one. It is a spell scroll of delayed blast fireball.
Oh,
What?
wow.
What was the horn? Sorry.
There's a horn of plenty. You grasp it, speak the command word, and it fills with 3 pints of dwarven ale, and it can do this up to 3 times per day.
Okay.
It's essentially an infinite source of beer.
Yeah.
The third item, if someone would like to roll 2d20s, is...
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Remy, go ahead.
22. So what?
Yeah.
What you were going to do anyway?
A green leather quiver containing 12 plus 1 arrows.
I would probably say that the scroll's probably going to get better use.
What was the third item? Sorry, I missed
12
that.
plus 1 arrows.
Yeah, 12 plus 1 arrows.
Because I know for a fact that Ava still has a heap of walloping arrows and such.
She does, yes.
Oh. So, since none of us are really drunk, so I'm guessing the horn's not going to be...
No.
No.
Unless you
Kinda
could
use,
figure out some
so-
other use for it.
I
Like-
would probably say the fireball.
Like perhaps you could somehow alter it to have it generate a different type of liquid.
It could be used for getting free water if we're going through a massive multi-layered dungeon.
There is that. It's up to you.
Okay. What are we thinking?
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I'm honestly thinking the fireball.
The delayed blast fireball
Fireball?
scroll?
What does delayed blast do again? Sorry.
So,
Okay,
delayed...
It's
yeah.
I can read this one out.
Go ahead,
unless
go
Dale
ahead.
Wants to go through it.
Go ahead,
Okay,
read it out.
Delayed blast fireball is a 7th level evocation spell. Alright, a beam of yellow light flashes from your pointing finger that condenses to linger at a chosen point within range as a glowing bead for the duration of the spell, which is up to 1 minute with concentration. When the spell ends, either because your concentration is broken or because you decided to end it, the bead blossoms with a low roar into an flame that spreads around corners. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a dex saving throw. Creature takes fire damage equal to the total accumulated damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The spell's base damage is 12d6.
Yes.
If at the end of your turn the bead has not yet detonated, so while the minute is going, the damage increases by an extra 1d6. The glowing bead is touched before the interval is expired. The creature touching it must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, the spell ends immediately, causing the bead to erupt in flame. On a successful save, the creature can throw the bead up to 40 feet. So basically, if someone goes, I don't want that near here, they can try and pick it up and if they bugger it up, it goes off immediately.
Before you pick that, I did realise that I read the wrong item. I was reading the Tankard of Plenty. The Horn of Plenty is an uncommon wondrous item. This item is made from a buffalo horn and has a brass mouthpiece. Upon blowing it, you create 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water on the ground or in containers within range. Enough to
but that's a lot more.
Enough to sustain up to 15
changes That changes
things drastically, yep.
Enough to sustain up to 15 humanoids for 24 hours. The food is bland but nourishing, but it spoils if uneaten after 12 hours. The water is clean and doesn't go bad. Once used, the property of the horn can't be used again until the next day.
Yeah, I feel like that
changes my vote.
And we get free food every day. Yeah, look.
Yeah.
That changes my vote. WMDs are fun, but I need to eat.
Free food.
You can be blamed as much as you want. I got prestidigitation. I can fix my food in a jiffy. So
yeah. Yeah, you can make your food taste
nice.
And I will be right back again. I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, it's fine. We're all having issues today, it seems.
I know.
No, sorry. Take the horn. Take the horn. I can learn better nukes later. I'll learn some nuke magic later.
Yeah, well, there you go. Horn of Plenty. Free food for every day. You take it.
Who wants to carry that?
Yeah, who wants to carry it?
I mean, we have someone in the group whose name is Zinhorn. Yeah, just see Alessandra. You just see Alessandra sigh and goes, Bubba thinks Zinhorn should take it because she thinks it's funny that it's a horn and his name is Zinhorn. And yes, that is exactly what she said word for word.
Alright, Zinhorn takes it and just... Yep.
It does not require...
It
does not require attunement, by the way.
Seriously, that's some fucking power right there.
I know. Thank you! You call out to Azimas as you take the horn, and then you turn around and leave. And as you leave, Zinhorn, you can't help but notice that waiting in the shadows are two smaller but still giant snakes waiting for Azimas' signal. And he just tilts his head, and in unison, both of the snakes nod in greeting at you as you leave.
So,
and I saw another two giant snakes.
Yeah. It's
having
just
seen its monstrous
we got lucky.
Yeah.
snake, would Zinhorn now have knowledge of this snake?
Yep, you can now transform into well, I don't know if you. I don't know if you can.
What level is that?
I'm just checking the monstrous snake. I don't think you can become a monstrous snake because the monstrous snake's CR is 7.
Yeah, it's way above mine.
Yeah. However, a giant, and these are just giant constrictor snakes, so...
Yeah, I can already do giant ones,
yeah. So yeah, can't do the monstrous one yet.
No.
So as you leave, you breathe a collective sigh of relief, just thanking yourselves that you didn't come through the southernmost door.
Yeah, that was...
You and your suggestions.
Okay.
Up the ramp, up north or to the east?
Yep, up the ramp, up north or to the east.
See, I'm looking at... see, I don't want to metagame because I'm looking at the large room to the north, and I'm pretty sure I know what that is. But obviously I don't know because Alessandra doesn't know, but M2 is...
To be fair, we need to go through there or past the Hydra.
Yeah. Well,
that.
instead of
Sorry,
going
that was
directly
me
up
right
like this,
fucking
you
there.
can still go like this and loop around to it.
To be fair, by this point, Onyx is trying to think of what the fastest way there would be.
Yeah, I mean, if you're assuming that this is indeed the throne room.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, yeah, that one was, yeah.
I think that big room must be where we've got to go.
Is there any way that we can see in there? No, I don't have any. Fuck. Look, to be fair, if that is the throne room right in the middle, we're at our best opportunity to go in right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will point out that you can, based on what you've been told, you can hazard a guess that these 3 unrevealed rooms here are the baths and sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can avoid
I
that.
don't really necessarily want to go through that.
Yeah.
So you want to just head to the north?
Yeah.
North or ramp?
Yeah, north
The thing
or
is,
ramp?
we could go to the ramp and that might be the armory, and we might get something good there to help. But at the same time, there's no guarantee there's going to be a nice snake that's guarding the room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
nothing
is
tells me
a lot
the
of-
armory is going to be a lot more guarded.
Yeah.
Well, it needs a password. You don't know, so it's guarded by something, but you don't know what it's guarded by.
That's true.
But
Is it possible
presumably,
to bolt down any doors?
yeah, that's the backup password.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
if you speak the correct passphrase, whatever's guarding it might let you through.
I'll leave it up to the others. Sinhorn's just on lookout duty.
Yep, entirely up to you.
It's just at this point I've used 1 spell slot, so I'm like at my strongest right now. To
Yes.
be honest, like.
Yeah, same. Same. I haven't used any of my actual spell slots.
There may be something further on in
Yeah,
Fane
maybe-
that can give you spell slots back. You never know.
I've only used the one for the one
Fine.
second level. I've been trying to use cantrip at the moment until to keep them.
Yeah.
We could go. We could go to the armory and see, because we do know the word, from the first lot of people, yuan-ti.
Yeah, you do know
but
that.
that's the gap. There's no guarantee that it'll immediately disarm. God.
I suppose if your object is the middle, then you could at the very least go here, see what's there.
Wait, if metagaming, not metagaming, that was completely the wrong word. If I use True Sight,
Yes.
creatures to see in normal and magical darkness. Oh, I can see in darkness, so I'll be able to see up, this way here.
Yeah.
Could we see any door stopping us from seeing?
There is
in
no
this room?
door, it just opens into a big open area.
Onyx would like to walk here
Yep, and use his,
cautiously and use the
Please.
last charge of
his gem
True
of
Sight
seeing. Very well.
on my gem of seeing to look into the northern room.
You've looked into the northern room and you see... that is room 9. An underground cathedral opens before you. At one end, a sculpted balcony perches atop 5 rearing stone serpents. Blood dribbling from the serpent's jaws falls into a semicircular basin, and from there flows along a sloped trough into a wide stone bowl set into the floor. South of the bowl is a mezzanine, prominently situated atop which is a cauldron of steaming broth that exudes fleshy odours. To the west, a huge gong carved with snake patterns stands on a second balcony. Thankfully, there does not appear to be anybody in the room.
I know you said that doesn't appear to be. I can automatically detect.
Yeah, there is no. Well, in
Okay.
that case, there is nobody in the room. It's perhaps it is only occupied during times of worship, given that it does appear to be a cathedral of some kind.
Okay.
That place looks absolutely metal.
How long theoretically will it take me to run back to the party, explain what I've just seen, run up the ramp, and stick my head in the room to look in this
Yeah,
room
you could do
up,
that
yeah,
very easily.
within 10 minutes?
Yep, you run back down,
Yeah,
quickly
yeah.
describe what you saw at the party, and then feeling the true sight waning, you run up the ramp, and
Just
here,
stick my head in.
around the corner, you find
Yep.
yourself looking into a wide marbled hallway lined with stone columns. Nobody is present.
And it's 120 feet. Can I see up here or no?
Hang on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
Yeah, I think it's
50. Yes, you can see. Up to the north, down the hallway, you can see a number of yuan-ti engaging in some manner of busy work, unstocking crates from a wagon. There is also a large creature in the room. Due to its distance, you can't quite make out what it is, but
Yep.
it is far larger than anything else in the room and appears to walk on all fours.
Okay. I walk back to the others and tell them what I've seen. And suggest maybe we go through the temple and check out.
Yeah, well, it would be possible to sneak through here to this room here. As long as you're quiet, you won't draw the attention of anyone up in this area.
Onyx does not want to risk it. Onyx will go with what the group wants, but Onyx's vote is not to risk that.
Well, is anyone here particularly good at stealth? I do have the stealth of the.
Zinhorn's
Well,
decently
Sir
sneaky.
Lucian's armor clanks when he tries to sneak, remember?
Clang, 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 clang.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's the armory, we only don't technically need everyone. You can always send like one, maybe two people tops.
That's correct. You don't all have to go.
Get advantage on that. Wait, would I get advantage?
No, you'd just get a normal, because it would cancel out.
No, I get a normal one because it would cancel out the.
Cancels out your
disadvantage.
your half plate.
Yeah. Do we want to try sneaking in there?
You know,
Worth a shot.
Yeah, I suppose some of you could check out the temple
not
while the
everyone-
others.
Yeah, not everyone has to. Yeah.
if you want to do it, Onyx will offer backup
Yeah.
if something happens. It's
Yeah.
just his vote
Yeah.
is not to risk it.
Alright, well.
Yeah, he's not the type to go, I don't want to do it, so I'm not helping no matter what.
Yeah.
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 The more louder people say. God, I can't remember.
It's just Sir Lucian at this point, because he's the only one that gets.
Yeah, Onyx
Yeah.
and Sir Lucian. Probably leave like Onyx and Sir Lucian just waiting by the hallway.
Yeah, Onyx isn't loud, but he's just not good at stealth. Because he's wearing only robes,
Yeah,
Oh, fair.
because he is a sorcerer.
that is fair.
You guys stay and wait by the doorway. We'll go up, and if anything goes to crap, you guys are right behind us.
Okay then. So you head up the ramp into the open hall. I would like Zinhorn and Bobbit to please make stealth checks. I will roll for Ava. That's fine for Ava.
Oh,
There's a
That's right, she
group
could-
check.
yeah. Sure, that's a decent modifier.
18.
18, yep.
That is a 19.
Okay, so that's a group pass. You carefully ascend the ramp and sneak out into the marbled hall. The walls of this pillared hallway bear reliefs of a giant serpent and its yuan-ti worshippers doing terrible things. There are tableaus engraved into the walls that appear to tell a story.
Also a 22 on perception for...
Yep. So then I will describe what you see, Zinhorn. As you make your way across the hallway, you take in the tableaus that you walk past. You see the following images. A giant serpent coiling in the underworld, devouring the dreams of sleeping creatures. Yuan-ti terrorizing Choltons, feeding their nightmares to the great serpent. A yuan-ti Malison with a crimson pyramid on his forehead, wielding a flaming sword and wearing a gold crown set with a black opal, leading the snake people to a great door in the underworld. Finally, the door to the underworld opens, releasing the serpent. The serpent devours the sun and plunges the world into terror and darkness. You also notice that the black opal in the Malison's crown appears to be some kind of button that you can press to activate something. However, you also see tiny holes hidden amongst the scales of the night serpent images.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, point this out.
Wish to just continue on to the room on the opposite side?
Yep.
You reach the doorway on the opposite side of the hallway, and you realise that this door, as it were, is blocked by a large stone slab that appears to have no handle or keyhole.
Oh, that's fun. Try and move it would make too much of a noise, and the only person that
Yeah.
can get
And Zinhorn, as you draw nearer to it, you can hear what sounds like a very subtle humming emanating from this stone slab. Like a low...
Right.
Can I roll an Arcana check?
Yeah, you can if you like, but
I mean, no.
if you'd like to...
It's a humming block of stone
Yeah,
that sounds
well, you could
like
assume it's
some
magical.
bullshit.
You don't need to cast Detect Magic. But yeah, make an Arcana check, please.
That's a 29. It's close enough to get to a nat 20.
You determine that the humming is indeed resonance of magic, and you determine that this slab has Arcane Lock cast upon it. And this means that the only way to open the door would be to use the command phrase to bypass the spell, dispel the Arcane Lock entirely, or force the door open.
We do have a phrase. Because, yeah,
I
I
don't know if it's the phrase.
don't know if it's the phrase, but that's the only option. I can't remove the magic.
No one has dispel magic.
I've only got detect magic.
Not anymore.
Could
Bulb
also-
did,
I-
because
yeah,
of
but-
course Bulb did.
Yeah.
I feel it's a counter spell, but I'm trying to save those scrolls.
So it's either use the phrase or force the door.
Yes.
Forcing the door is going to get literally everyone else's attention. So it's
Yeah.
probably a
Yeah,
bad
everyone
idea.
to the north.
And yeah.
So, what would you like to do?
It means to get through this steadily, so we'll probably just have to leave it for now, I guess.
Unless you want to try the phrase you have.
So was that was the black mask, was it?
Yep. Alternatively, you can use your marvelous pigments to just paint a doorway.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's also going to be trying to paint on top of the magic that's there.
Well, you could
I
paint...
don't really know.
Well, it should be fine, because the arcane lock is only on the slab itself, so... And all the arcane lock is doing is just making sure that the slab stays shut. If you could find any other way to bypass it, you could do that safely.
Okay, roll investigation to see if I can find a way to bypass it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or do I just... That's a 12.
So you determine that the slab is being held in place by the arcane lock. There's nothing magical about the slab itself. Theoretically, if one could just move through the solid stone, they would be able to get past the arcane lock entirely.
Yeah, but at the same time, it takes a while to like paint any of that stuff
It
on.
does, so you'd have to
this
keep a
point,
lookout for sure.
Yeah, at this point, I'm all for just leaving it as is for now.
Yep, unless you want to attempt the passphrase that you have.
The problem is that the only one who speaks Draconic, and I feel like it would have to be a Draconic.
Yeah, it would be Onyx, so you'd have to get Onyx over here.
So yeah. head back to
Alternatively, there is the
Just wanna leave
button
it for now,
in
just
there is the
safe.
button in the tableau on the wall.
Yeah,
the,
yeah, but we already know that that's partially trapped anyway.
Yep.
I feel like that
Or you can
button.
just hit things.
Yeah.
We're not hitting things because we're sneaking.
Well, Sir Lucian could
If you hit
actually merge through the door if you wanted him to.
But he would have to get across there without
Yeah,
clang, 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 clang,
I
clang.
do
and-
have a carpet, romper, bumper, bumpy doo.
He does have a carpet. Does anyone have
Makes
silent
noise.
image?
No.
Does anyone have pass without trace?
Nope.
Was that another thing Bolt had?
You know what Sir Lucian
No,
has?
that's
He can cast pass without trace once per long rest.
Faster than what?
Pass without trace. It's your Genasi, it's your Earth Genasi ability. You can do it once per long rest. You can cast
Did not even know.
pass without trace, and what it does is while it's in effect, basically
Get a plus 10.
to stealth, yeah.
yeah.
So if Sir Lucian could cast that, he could make it across the
Yeah,
hall easily.
But
and
if Sir Lucian melds into the place, he's not going to be able to merge back out.
yeah, but maybe he
Once you
can
merge.
maybe he knows how to open it from the other side.
I feel like there's a lot of
I think I
people
just
trying to get this
merge my
door.
hand through the lock.
But there's
I feel like we come back after we've freed the yuan-ti from Ras Nsi's influence.
Very well then.
Yeah, let's see.
I would
Because
like...
we're not agreeing on anything, so we may as well just leave it.
Yep, very well. I would like Zinhorn and Bobbit to please make stealth checks to get back across the hallway. And you're not going to press the button in the image of Ras Nsi's crown?
Again, tempted, but considering
Very
every other thing
tempted.
we've touched so far, every other thing we've touched so far has buggered us right up.
Well, what I might do... So I can see where the little holes are, can't
Yes, yes.
I? And what direction they're facing.
Yes, they're pointing out into the hallway.
So what I could potentially do is get the vines to push the button from a distance.
Yes, you could do that.
And
So,
I also have Mage Hand as well. And that is an option from further away.
yep, you could press it with Mage Hand if you're really curious.
I did get an 18 on my stealth.
Paranoid.
Yep. So how did you go, Bobbit, on your stealth?
I also got an 18.
Yep. So you make your way back across the hallway to the safety of the ramp leading down into the corridor. And as you move past, Alessander, I'd like you to do an intelligence check, please.
Oh, good. That's a non-nat 20.
As you move through the hallway again, you can't help but take in the tableaus once again. The images of the nightmarish Serpent and the yuan-ti Malison. Puzzle it over in your head and try to access long-buried memories that only now are free to come out, and realize what this is depicting. It is depicting the rise of Ras Nsi and how he came to be the leader of the yuan-ti here. You
I have a
recognize.
feeling that might.
You may make a religion check, please.
Oh boy, religion check.
That's
That is a 23. Hallelujah.
You recognize the nightmarish serpent depicted in the tableaus as Dendar the Night Serpent, an evil primordial worshipped by the yuan-ti that supposedly lives deep within the Shadowfell. It is apparently the purpose of the yuan-ti to find the door that will allow Dendar the Night Serpent to emerge from the Shadowfell and to consume all life other than his chosen servants, the yuan-ti. Is also known in some mythologies as the Nidhogg.
As the what?
The Nidhogg. Nidhogg.
Oh. Oh.
What the
I
tableau
know what that is.
What the tableau appears to be depicting is the arrival of Ras Nsi among the yuan-ti, pledging that he would lead them towards the door that will free Dendar the Night Serpent, causing them to eventually make him their king. And as you move back down into the corridor, you hear from the northern area a loud roar. The roar echoes down the hallway and causes the stone pillars to shake.
When you say northern, which do we
I
know
mean
which
here.
direction it's coming from?
I mean from here. From north of the pillared hallway.
Probably
Where-
the large creature that I
Yeah,
told
that
you
Onyx
about.
saw, yes.
Okay.
And so now that you're out of the hallway, would you want to use your mage hand to push the button in Ras Nsi's crown?
Guys, what do you think? Do I go with my curiosity or do I go with my paranoia?
What is Alessander? Because Bobbit would hit that button without a second
Oh yeah,
hesitation.
Bobbit.
What does
What
Alessander?
does Alessander do?
Oh yeah,
You're playing Alessander at the moment. What would Alessander do?
I know. Alessander definitely has. Yeah, but you also have to remember, Alessander was a wizard, and you know how most wizards are about this sort of shit.
And Alessandra also has Bobbit in her head.
Yes.
Said yeah, I was gonna say Nsi is a higher priority, but yeah, that wouldn't stop the lovely noise of push it. Come on, use the mage hand. Don't allow it was you. Come on, please. I'm sad. Oh God. You know, I'm gonna roll a wisdom save, and whatever give me a random DC to pass. So we say
We'll
higher
say-
than 10, I leave it alone. Lower
We'll
than
say
10.
16.
And that right there should tell you your answer.
Oh. Yeah. I rolled a 12.
You hear Bobbit's
Probably
voice
gonna
saying,
kill
"Press the
us all."
button, press the button, use mage hand."
Alessandra tilts her head back, the rest of it goes, "This is gonna seem really, really stupid, and I know I probably shouldn't, but when am I going to be here again?" And we'll cast Mage Hand.
Your mage hand sneaks out.
Just get ready to yeah, as in Cassia, just feel free to get ready to run into that temple.
It hovers out into the hallway and slams its palm on the black opal in the crown, pressing it in. You hear the sound of scraping rock and then a loud hiss as a noxious green gas spills out from the holes in the tableaus. If you had been standing in the hallway, you would have been caught right in the thick of it, but rather standing where you are, you appear to be safe. The gas leaks out for about 60 seconds and it lingers in the air for a few minutes before it starts to fade away. And as it dissipates, you hear a loud click as the stone slab slides away.
Okay, so it's open now. Is it like, can somebody with better perception than I check to see if anything else heard that?
It appears, well, you can see no signs of movement to the north. The yuan-ti that are in the north are engaged in some sort of busy work, so it's very likely they had their mind on that. And this wasn't particularly loud, it was just like a...
It was a 25 perception anyway.
Yeah. Zinhorn, you can't see any hints that anyone heard that.
Okay.
Mr. Bobbert just says and just whispers, "Are you happy now? We pushed the thing." Just ignores the clapping at her own head.
What?
So, would you like to enter the small
What?
room?
Yeah, that's a 21 stealth to get back across.
Yep.
Minute.
Yeah, it's 19 for me.
19. Onyx and
really
Sir
scared
Lucian,
I
would
keep
you like to
rolling
accompany them this time?
I'm not trusting myself to get
Very
past.
well. Yep. So Sir
Yeah,
Lucian and Onyx are
keep
staying
Lucian
behind.
with you.
11?
No.
11.
Lucian is
So-
Oh,
coming
Sir
with you.
Lucian's coming.
Sir Lucian's going with you.
No.
Yep.
No.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's okay. It's a group pass.
Oh.
You hear Sir Lucian's armor jangling as he follows behind you across the hallway. And once again from the north, you hear a loud roar and the air around you seems to shake, and then the sound of thump, heavy footfalls of something stamping the ground, perhaps in response to the sound of Sir Lucian's armor. But you see nothing running at you from the north. Instead, you head over to the doorway that is now vacant and step inside.
Do we want to check investigate and see this? Oh, I know. Hey, terrible mistake. Okay, no, is it too late to turn around and go back?
Well, I'm going to describe what you see. Gleaming
Nope.
scimitars, serpent helms, and suits of scaled armor cram the racks of this vault. Large bones and horned skulls litter the floor, and a shield made from the shell of a tortoise hangs on the far wall. A large skeletal serpent slithers out from behind the racks, raises its head, and says in common, "They will tell us the past phrase, so Wukur Lamu has spoken."
Black mask.
Yep.
And a black mask to you too.
As you speak aloud the words Black Mask, the two Minotaur skeletons behind the Bone Naga crumble into dust. The Bone Naga itself nods and says, "It will allow them to enter and take as they wish."
Very well. Okay, well, so they said we could take what we wish.
That's a
what it
19
said.
for investigation.
Yep. So, Zinhorn, you see that the armory contains 10 suits of scale armor, as many as 50 scimitars, 20 longbows, 20 short bows, and 50 quivers, each containing 20 arrows each. The only thing that appears to be of note, despite these weapons and armors, which, despite being of obviously great make, do not appear to be magical, is the shield hanging on the wall, which is carved out of a tortoise shell.
Oh.
Okay.
Is this the one you told me about?
I'm gonna. Is that with? So you said it's non-magical, or can I?
No, it's the only thing in the room that appears to be of note. Everything, all of the other weapons and armors are obviously just unmagical, if well made.
Yeah, Zinhorn wants to have a look.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check if you like.
I already did 28.
28. You head up to it and take a look at this wonderful shield, and you identify it as what is known as a battering shield. It is a rare item. It requires attunement. While holding this huge tower shield, you gain a +3 bonus to AC. Additionally, the shield has 3 charges and regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. If you are holding this shield and a creature hits you, and a creature attempts to hit you, you can expend 1 charge to push that creature 10 feet away or knock it prone.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Oh. 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 Okay.
Like, is it like a specific type of like armor or something that you need
It's
to do?
just a shield, just a shield.
It's just a VR shield, and it's a really good one. And
Yes.
There's only 2 people in this group that even uses shields.
Well, Bulb uses shields, but he's dead.
I use a shield.
Okay.
Oh,
there's-
Zinhorn does too, yes.
Jeez, say that with a little bit more emotion next time. Not you, Dale.
I mean, either way, I already have all my achievement slots, so as much
I
as
still
would
have
love
one.
to have that. Yeah, well, guess what? Congratulations. You can have the +3 to your AC. I'll just go through have spells at the back.
And the ability to expend charges to push enemies away or knock them prone.
That would definitely come in handy since like sometimes they go to the front line.
Oh, well, ta-da, congratulations. Whoop-de-doo-doo-doo.
Okay, so Zinhorn, would you like it? Would Sir Lucian have any interest in it? I mean, not that he needs the extra
He's
+3
not,
AC. Yep. Okay, so I
Yeah,
guess
I'm pretty sure out of the 2 of us, well, Lucian's good for AC. Out of the 2 of us that remain, like my AC's still solid, but
Yep. Okay.
nah.
So as Sir
Probably
Lucian and
better.
Bobbit
That's right.
watch Zinhorn, you go to retrieve the shield off the wall. This shield is extremely large and is affixed to the wall with heavy bolts. Please make an athletic check to remove it.
Plus, it's probably a good thing that the druid's getting the tortoise shell shield, considering, you know, most druids don't usually go for metal.
That is a dirty 20 for athletics.
Groan with exhaustion as you unbuckle the hinges hanging the shield on the wall and lift it off, holding it in your hands. Until you attune to it, however, it is just an ordinary shield.
Still.
But you have acquired the battering shield. While you're attuned to it, you'll gain a +3 bonus to your AC, which will bring your AC up to 21, I believe.
Well, I'm currently at 19 with the amulet.
Yes, so so 21 when Bulb comes back, 22 at the moment.
So does that? So if I take away the shield that I already have and then add this.
Oh, so yeah, so then it'll just be a +1 bonus in that case, because the +2.
Cool.
Yeah, so it'll bring you up to 20 with the amulet, 19 without. And yeah, and so while you're attuned, it has 3 charges, regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. If you are holding the shield, you may use an action to expend a charge to push the creature 10 feet away, or knock it prone, or as a reaction, if an enemy attacks you.
Hooray.
And with that,
Bloody hell.
as Zinhorn triumphantly takes this huge tortoiseshell shield off the wall, straps it to his arm, and looks at it with pride as Sir Lucian and Bobbit look on longingly, jealously. We will end the session for this week.
Yeah, okay.
Do not change your HP or your spell slots, leave them the same.
And it's a long rest to attune, isn't it?
Yes, so you won't be able to
Yes.
attune it in this dungeon unless you take a long rest. But it has been a useful session. You've made some headway into the Fane of the Night Serpent, explored about half of the dungeon, fought your way through some enemies, gained some items, and gained some valuable insight as to what may lurk further on into the dungeon. Somewhere out there is Ras Nsi, and he's waiting for you. But that will be for next week. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Thank you for the follow, Judge Judy Slayer and Noble Wolf 126. We hope you enjoyed this slice of dungeon crawling and intrigue with Bobbert and Alessander, and the sheer terror that I felt emanating from the players this session. We will continue our crawl through the Fane of the Night Serpent next week and find out what Ras Nsi intends to do with, or more likely to, the party. Until then, keep an eye out for silver needles when you go to unlock the door. Don't want to end up blind, do we? Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.